The webcast is now live, Councillor Hunt.
Councillor Hunt, the webcast is now live.
Thank you. Can somebody give me a test, because I think it's going to work?
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, everybody. So, this is a meeting of the Portsmouth Planning Committee, and I'm Councillor Lee Hunt, the Chair of the Planning Committee. Please be assured that we have put appropriate cleansing and social distancing measures in place to ensure that this meeting is undertaken in a COVID-secure manner. This has included a request for all attendees to have taken an LFD test within 48 hours of the meeting, the use of the NHS Track and Trace app or attendee log, 2 metre social distancing, the wearing of masks, and when not seated, and a one-way system in the Guildhall. Limited public seating has been made available. However, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to attend remotely if they so wish. Please be advised that the public seating area is not in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting. Can I please ask members to remain seated throughout the duration of the meeting and to wear a face mask covering unless seated. Please only use the seats marked with a green circle. These seats have been allocated to ensure 2 metres social distancing. The housekeeping safety information is that if the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at the turning circle at the end of King Henry Street, past the University's Park building. Does everybody know where that is? Okay, good. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust Fire Marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed. Everyone speaking via a microphone will be on camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Please can everyone use the microphones and remember to switch them off when they have finished. Also on the front of your reports is further information about prevention of the spread of COVID. Are there any apologies? There are various people standing in for various individuals, so we'll start with Councillor Smythe, then Councillor Wood.
Councillor George Fielding, who's preparing for his father's funeral.
I'm very sorry to hear that. We send him our condolences. Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Chair, I'm standing in for Councillor Vernon Jackson, who can't stand at this particular planning committee.
Okay, for some reason your mic is breaking up. I don't know why.
Is it? Or is it your feedback loop?
Yeah, that's better. Councillor Ashmore.
I'm standing in for Chris Atwell.
Very good. Anybody else standing in for anybody else?
Yeah,
Councillor Symes.
I'm standing in for Rob New.
Yeah, and thank you very much for coming to the pre-agenda meeting the other day. Councillor Wings.
I'm standing in for Councillor Matt Atkins.
Thank you very much indeed. So I think that's the apologies concluded. Any declarations of interest by members? Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Chair, it's not exactly a declaration, it's more asking for some guidance. As a member of the Planning Committee Deputy, I, along with other members, were sent documents here. One of these documents refers to some agreement to do with the St James Memorial Park Trust, and this precludes a decision. It's a bit of a chicken and egg, which is this assumes that we might make a decision. So when we come to this, it would be good if planning could also give us guidance on it, whether we not to preclude the actual chicken and egg decision, if that makes sense to you.
If I may assist, Chairman, yeah, absolutely, we'll give you some guidance on that. We've also put something in the SNAT, which is why it's been delayed to type that up. My team said it will be with us at 10:50, the SNAT, so there'll be a little bit of writing in there, but we'll provide some verbal guidance as well.
Any comment, Kieran?
I'm not entirely sure I understand what it is you require guidance on at the moment, although from the impression I'm getting from Ian Maguire is that he understands what you're speaking to and written comments have been provided already, yeah?
I'm fine with that, thank you.
Any other members of interest? Councillor Dowling.
Thank you, Chair. I'm attending today's meeting as a deputy and ward councillor rather than a member of the committee, but as I am a standing city councillor, I should mention that as per my declaration of interest, I'm a trustee of the St James Memorial Park Trust and a committee member of the Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum and Milton Neighbourhood Forum. And I suspect the same goes for other members here.
I mean, Councillor Barrett and Councillor Sanders, is that ditto?
And
Yes.
Councillor Smith as well.
Okay, so that's 3 times dittos. Obviously, all of us, I'll just declare that obviously I follow Keep Milton Green, so I'm a member of that group, but I follow it, but I don't make any comments about this, and as ever I keep an open mind about all planning applications.
And by that, Chair, you mean you follow a Facebook group? That's what you mean by you're on it?
Indeed, I follow it, and from time to time comment on it, but not on this matter.
Thank you.
Right, let's go through the minutes of the last meeting then, which I've read through. I wasn't here last time, I apologise, but I got caught by the government's change in regulations and was sat indoors for 5 days waiting for a blinking PCR, which never actually came at all. So I went to the NHS one and got one done overnight, which was back the next morning. That's why I wasn't here, so I'm sorry about that. Right, you've all read through the minutes, I presume. You are very interested to read. I don't know about you. I'm filling in here, by the way, to wait for the smacks to come over. So I was very interested to read the 2 bits about the 2 HMOs, where the planning inspector did not agree with our decisions around communal space in particular. So far as I can make out, and particular interest for Councillor Wims at the moment, we have been testing communal space to the ends of the earth, and it's still right to do so, but I think we've got to be very aware of how far we can go with that when we come to a reason to chuck it out. So I think we need to read these 2 decisions, if indeed we're going to chuck it out, we need to read these 2 decisions to make sure that we're not costing the taxpayers money unnecessarily. Okay, but we still do have to be robust about these things because it's important. We've made huge strides in HMOs. And I also noted that you all seem to want to review the the policy. Is that right, Ian? Is there an update on that?
Certainly there was debates around the SPD, currently not in the local development scheme, the timeline of work being produced by the local planning authority, because obviously focus is on the fundamental policy for HMOs, which is being reviewed as part of the new emerging local plan that's recently gone through Regulation 18. So any review of the supplementary guidance would by logic have to follow a review of the principal policy, which is already being undertaken through the local plan review. As I say, Regulation 18 consultation recently completed, and the membership is now looking at the final version of a number of different policies to make the Regulation 19 plan and consultation later this year.
So I would say to members, I just remind them again, Portsmouth has one of the strongest policies around HMOs with this particular SPD, which is called the 10% rule. It wasn't clear from the minutes whether the committee, when it debated it, wanted this to go up or to go down. That wasn't in there. So just be very careful what you wish for sometimes. Other comments on the minutes? Right, I wasn't there, so I can't propose them. Could somebody propose them, please, Councillor Smythe? So they're proposed by Councillor Smythe, seconded by Councillor Stagg. So then, can we go to the updates? Who's doing that? Ian?
So, happy to do that. A number of appeals have been received since the last update. I won't go through them in great detail. We've had an HMO appeal, 51 Farlington Road, which found the space standards to be acceptable. So again, the same issues we've seen before, disagreeing with the council on that point. An enforcement notice at 125 Fawcett Road, which has been upheld, subject to some variation. A householder application for a single-storey extension, which was approved, contrary to refusal by the council. An enforcement notice at 2 Seaview, which followed a refusal and appeal, which has been dismissed, and the plan permission granted for the scheme previously refused by the inspectorate, so we'll have to look at that one in a bit more detail. 18 Paynes Road, another HMO application, again approved with acceptable space standards, contrary to the council's opinion. And one more householder appeal still outstanding, which we received, 9 Cockershell Gardens, no outcome yet on that one. Obviously all of these appeal decisions have been or will be circulated to members. And I'm also happy to say the supplementary matters agenda has now turned up while we speak.
Okay, so I won't labour the HMO side of things too much, but we see another one. Whereas before we were winning these appeals, it seems we've reached a point where developers are beginning to understand, and officers understand very much, what is expected of communal space standards, but we must continue to look into them. Okay, so you've got the SMATs in front of you now, so I'll give everybody a couple of minutes to read them and take into account what's on there. Okay. Okay, everybody. So when we come to the St James's discussion, I don't have a deputations list here, by the way, so I'm a bit at a loss on that at the moment. When we come to discussion on St James's, I'm going to ask Mr Maguire to talk a little bit about the Nitrates Credit Bank as well. My kind of bank, actually. Anyway, he's going to talk about that. I'm going to ask him to, and he's also going to touch on the Natural England late comments. We got a deputations list?
Chair.
Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Chair. Also with this supplement here, which is quite comprehensive in...
It is indeed.
I'm just trying to make sure also, marketing of the chapel, obviously I've raised this issue, is that the bit you're going to talk about?
Chairman, so the case officer, Mr Wadsworth, will cover that in the
And that
presentation.
will cover what...
Yeah, obviously more than happy to provide any further comments during...
Thank you, Chair.
Great, and if you've got any questions, bring them into the discussion, okay? Now, okay, here we go then. So, what we're going to do now is move to item number 5, which is St James's Hospital, Loxbury Road. And so we're into that discussion now. However, before we get going, who has got a copy of the viability assessment? Councillor Vernon Jackson, have you seen it?
Yes, Chair, but I'm not a voting member of the committee because...
No, but you are a deputation.
Correct.
Everybody's got one. Okay. So look, it's a lengthy document. So with the members' agreement, I'd like to suspend the meeting for 1 hour so that you can read it if you so wish, and I think that you should, to understand the circumstances around affordable housing, which are touched upon in the report, but not much more than that. So, members, that's my proposition. Anybody second that we suspend the meeting for an hour for you to read it?
Chairman, if I can provide some advice. The document you've asked to have circulated today, which members have had, is the consultant's report for PCC.
Indeed.
Reviewing the viability appraisal. It is not the viability appraisal of the scheme. That's
Indeed.
published on the website. It was published on the 23rd of February last year. So what you have there is a commentary on another report. So if members wish to spend some time to familiarise themselves with the detail of viability, of course officers are more than happy to give you advice of that during the meeting. They probably need to beneficially read that actual viability appraisal as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr Maguire. Right, how do you wish to proceed, members?
Chair, could I just ask, I'm sorry, I was meant to be doing his deputation by video. I'm caring for my husband who's having chemotherapy and therefore doesn't have an immune system at the moment. So the advice is I should not be in a room with lots of people. I now am in a room with 25 people. I'd be very grateful just to be able to do my deputation and run away because I don't want to put John's health at more risk than it currently is with COVID levels at the very, very high levels that they are at the moment.
Right.
I'm just grateful for your discretion for that, just in terms of health.
Right, come to you in a moment, Councillor Norton. The first decision is, do you want to suspend the meeting to read this council report? Review of the affordable assessment or not? I'm in your hands. So it doesn't look like we're going to do that. So members, the next question is then, I have to make a decision about whether or not this affects more than, I'll be with you in a moment, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I have to make a decision about whether or not this affects more than one ward, and the advice and the discussions I've had with the monitoring officer is that it does. Therefore, this is open to all councillors. So, I'm going to read out a form of words just to be absolutely clear about this. Okay, Kieran? So due to a high level of interest in St James's Hospital applications from members of the public and members of the council, I have consulted with the monitoring officer on the basis that item 1 on your agenda, it's item 5, affects more than one ward. Therefore, any member should be able to make a deputation on this issue in accordance with Standing Order 24C I. Additionally, in light of the public interest in this application, I consider that it is right that the objectors and supporters are allotted more than the usual total of 12 minutes together to make comments on the to the committee. Therefore, for the purposes of item 5, St James's to be clear, concerning the planning application at St James's Hospital, I propose a motion to suspend Standing Orders 24D to 3 and 25C, so that, firstly, each deputy wishing to speak to the application shall have a maximum of 6 minutes to speak, and secondly, that deputies wishing to speak in favour of the application, namely the applicant and their agent, may also have a total maximum time to speak of 30 minutes or a longer period if more than 5 objectors registered to make deputations, that being equal with the total maximum amount of time given to those objecting. In other words, fairness. Thirdly, that ward members shall have 6 minutes each to speak. So I need a seconder for that. Councillor Wood, thank you. Can I put that to the committee that will suspend standing orders as I've just described? All those in favour, please raise their hands. Councillor Norton, are you abstaining or?
No, I think I'm against that actually.
So, okay, so Councillor Norton's against that. So that's agreed. So standing orders will be suspended for St James's Hospital.
Chair, sorry, can I just make a procedural point if possible? I don't know that I'm particularly comfortable with us referring to the leader of the council in a meeting where he is essentially a deputy. It's highly uncommon to go to deputies to ask about what they would prefer and things like that. So surely, in the capacity as a deputy, consultation is something that we shouldn't be doing, really.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your attention today. I happen to run the meeting because I'd be the chair, so it's my decision how I go about it. On the grounds of compassion, I would have thought that we would want to assist somebody in this difficulty. So I'll go ahead.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I just hope that doesn't leave us in a position of challenge if we are being seen to offer preferential treatment to councillors, colleagues, when this very highly contentious decision is made. So from a legal perspective...
I'm so sorry about this. Is this your first meeting here? I beg your pardon, is it or not?
Is it my first meeting on the planning committee?
Yeah, no, I'll come to the reason why.
Is the question, is it my first meeting on the planning committee? No, it's not my first meeting on the planning committee.
So, okay, over a number of years, if somebody has problems at the beginnings of the meeting, doesn't matter if it's a member of the public or a councillor or anybody else, if there's a need to help them, that's what this committee tries to do. So, all right, we need to end the discussion there, Councillor Norton.
Excuse me, no, in my experience, Councillor Hunt, deputies have previously been denied the opportunity if it's not gone through our process, and I've sat in meetings where, residents have come to a meeting and not been able to have their say under a Liberal Democrat chair, so I think for consistency it's important that we make that point. And to follow on from that, on the issue that we're talking about today, I think previously in decisions there were written deputations that were denied through by officers based on doing things online. So in the sense of transparency, I think we need to have a fair playing field, and I just want to make that point quite clearly, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, and you've made your point very clearly. Thank you for that. So members, Councillor Vernon Jackson has described the reasons that he would like to make his deputation. No need to repeat them. I'm minded to agree that. So I seek your view on that. All those who would like that to happen, please show their hands. So that's agreed then. So we're going to do it that way about. So we're
at the risk of giving Councillor Norton more to talk about, could you just, for everyone's clarity, including members of the public, just go through the order at which we'll be hearing from officers comments in support and comments against that? Okay, just for clarity, so we know what order things are.
I'll get Mr Maguire to describe that to you. Mr Maguire.
Chair, can you also just, on record, clarify that if the Leader of the Council wanted to submit a written deputation, like many who cannot make this meeting today could have done, he could have done that?
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Mr Maguire.
Thank you. So the standing procedure for deputations to the Planning Committee is that objectors are invited to speak, first of all, give their deputations. Then is a right to reply from the applicant of an equal period, and then ward members are able to speak after that, prior to the opening up of the debate. Obviously, normally, the planning officers will provide a presentation before all of those matters. In this case, based on the agreement that's just been made, my understanding is for the extraordinary circumstances that Councillor Vernon-Jackson is dealing with, he will make his deputation first. Then the case officer, Mark Wadsworth, will provide his presentation to the committee. Once he's completed that, I will provide a supplementary presentation dealing with the habitat regulation assessment issues, picking up some of the matters in the SMAT for you. We will then go to the deputations from objectors. We have a number of them with us today, all of whom will be provided 6 minutes in line with the amendments to standing orders that Councillor Hunt has tabled and has had been agreed, which is Janice Birkinshaw, Rod Bailey, Martin Locke and Steve Pitt. We had a fifth on the list, but I've been informed that he will not be attending today. We will then go to the applicant, who has a presentation and deputation of maximum 30 minutes to be provided. We will then go to the members, not just ward members, as the chairman has decided in accordance with standing orders that this is an application affecting more than one ward, and consequently ward members may also make deputations. And we have 4 other members with us today, Councillors Dowling, Barrett, Sanders and Smith, who will be making their deputations prior to the matter coming forward for debate by the Planning Committee. I hope that is clear.
And the councillors will go after the others. Okay, over to you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee, for your kindness. I wouldn't have asked to vary it, but if there's going to be an hour's break to be allowing people to go to read the commentary on the viability assessment, that's yet another hour here. I'm not sitting on this committee because I've made my view known on this application before. But I think it's right to recognise that the applicant has made changes that means the application is better than it was when it first came. And my thanks both to the applicant and to the planning officers who've worked on doing that. I think particularly the removal of the blocks at the front of the historic building help. But even so, I still have significant concerns. But I think it is right and proper to recognise that there's been progress made. And if there was more progress made, maybe I'd have been tipped over the edge to support this, but I haven't been yet. The areas of concern that I've got are partly around the viability report that we've just been circulated. I'm concerned. It took me a couple of hours to read that. I asked Mr Maguire for this at the beginning of the week because it didn't appear to be part of the papers. It took me a couple of hours to go through it, and I probably only got a partial understanding of it even so. I'm concerned that it wasn't published with the papers and it's not on the council website, so members of the public and members of this committee have not had time to be able to look at it in detail. I'm concerned, I think, about 4 other main areas. The first is the loss of protected trees. There are, in this proposal, 57 protected trees with tree preservation orders which are due to be cut down to make way for this development. I know that some more trees will be planted, but they'll never be the same size for many, many, many years. And sometimes we get applications here where the trees that have been proposed to come down are ill or very poor quality. Some of the ones in this on the list here are grade A trees. These are trees with at least 40 years of good life in front of them that are being proposed to be chopped down when they're protected trees to make way for development. and I wouldn't support that. The second is the chapel, where there is a viable community use available, and the developer had offered for that to be community use, but it's still down here for conversion into flats. The third bit, which is my main concern, is the lack of affordable housing. The viability assessment that we've just been presented with from BNP Paribas says that the developer is going to make around just under £13 million of profit from this scheme, having paid £3.5 million for the site, but is not prepared to put any affordable housing into this. Now, I think that's entirely unacceptable and is not the right thing for this city. I think it's important to remember that there is an alternative bid that came in for this land which presumed provision of affordable housing. So there is a viable bid which would give affordable housing as a different offer from what's coming forward here. So the provision of affordable housing is entirely possible, and it's in the committee's hands to decide if that's going to happen or not. Finally, on the traffic, I'm glad that there's been a cumulative impact assessment on this, and that the solution is to put a set of traffic lights at the end of Loxway Road and Milton Road, which anybody who knows things with traffic will know won't work at all, because Milton Road is clogged. Going north-south, it is clogged. It's not just clogged at rush hour, it's clogged often. And putting traffic lights here won't make any difference to people being able to emerge onto Milton Road. It'll just mean that there is a very long queue going down Loxway Road. So, colleagues, in my view, I would ask you to refuse this application on the grounds of loss of trees, lack of affordable housing, lack of turning the chapel over to community use, and the traffic capacity not being available to be able to sufficiently meet the needs of the people in that new community. I hope that's less than 6 minutes, and thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much, and send our best wishes to your husband. So now we're into the report. Is it Mark that's going to do the report? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman. Was the presentation? Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Chairman. If there's any problems, you can't hear me, just please let me know. I shan't go into the addendum, but safe to say that there's a number of clarifications and additional information within that. I wanted to report as well that we reconsulted just before Christmas. I think it was, the start date was the 10th of December. So we've gone for a comprehensive reconsultation, and comments have been coming in. So yesterday I counted the number of representations from nearby residents and interested parties, and there were 9 representations received. But there are no new issues which have been raised within those representations. Okay, next slide, please. The presentation today is a joint presentation for both the planning application and the listed building application. So please forgive me if I'm sort of moving between the two applications, but it's really quite challenging to separate the issues. You're all very familiar with the site and with its context, but just to remind you, To the east, there's the Portsmouth University Langston campus, and also the Homes England, the Phase 1 St James Hospital scheme, which I've been in discussions with Homes England, and on the back of the recent planning application for the curtilage listing of the two 1920s villas, they're in the process of rethinking their approach, and we're anticipating discussions with them in the near future as a precursor to a revised submission. Okay. And of course, I draw your attention to the Forest Lodge development, which is taking place, the care home development, immediately to the south of the cricket ground. Next slide, please. This map is really very interesting. So the buildings, the footprint of the buildings, which is hatched in red or coloured in red, that indicates the buildings which are to be demolished, and they are the more recent additions to the building, and these will obviously be welcomed because they open up the original historic fabric of the hospital building, and provides the opportunity to reinstate the historic landscape setting of the parkland setting of the hospital. Thank you. Next slide, please. These are obviously there's so many drawings of the proposed development, but these are a couple of existing elevations. So the top elevation is the principal elevation of the hospital, and at the rear it's from the north of the site. So the historic fabric of the building. We're also, this application also concerns the Grade 2 listed chapel building. There's some slides of that later on, and also the mortuary building. Okay, next slide, please. And these are the same elevations, but these indicate the proposals. So if you can see, particularly on the northern elevation, you have new openings, doors and windows indicated in the navy blue colour. And on the principal elevation, which I think is really interesting, you can barely see any alterations to the structure. There are one or two steps which provide access to the building. But by way of background, there have been, I'm relatively new to the process, but there have been extensive negotiations and discussions between the developer, council officers, council's conservation officer, Historic England advisor, and we had the comprehensive amended scheme received late 2019, I think it was, which involved opening up the principal elevation and demolishing the buildings off to the west and along that front elevation, but also the aim, the intention, and the applicant has responded very positively, was to open up open up those views, and so new development is now proposed principally at the rear to the north of the site, and also there's three dwellings to the southeast of the main elevation. Council's conservation officer and Historic England are now have confirmed that they are happy to support the proposals. The conclusion is that there will be some harm to the listed building, but that harm would be of a medium or low level. But on balance, because of the other benefits the scheme will deliver, officers are able to support the proposal. Next slide, please. This slide sets out the proposed housing mix. The proposals meet council policies. There's over 40% of family housing which would be delivered within this site. Clearly, this will deliver a significant number of new dwellings, so it will make an important contribution towards the council meeting its housing target. Unfortunately, no affordable housing will be delivered within the new build element of the scheme. Members have a copy of the viability report, but this has been looked at, and so we are content that affordable housing cannot be delivered on the site.
Just to interrupt, so that's 17 units of affordable housing within the 58 of the new builds. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I can check.
That is correct.
Chairman, that is correct. That is what policy would have achieved as a maximum output. That is what we've not achieved because of viability.
Yeah. I just want to make it clear as we go along, and nothing within the main building.
The final thing I've got to say about housing is that the scheme will deliver a significant proportion of units which will be adaptable for to accessible wheelchair use. Okay, next slide, please. The next few slides, which I'm not going to spend too much time, that's obviously very difficult to read, but it just shows the subdivision of units. So you have, I mean, it is quite interesting to look at, but I wouldn't spend too long on it. But there's a mix of different design approaches, and they have to be accommodated within the historic fabric of the building. So you do have some very, very interesting layouts. Some of the units would actually be over 2 floors as well. So next slide. I think you can just sort of go through the next. Yeah, thanks. And this just goes into a little bit more detail. As an observation, I note that many of the units have really quite large, significant combined kitchen, living, dining areas, and tend to have smaller bedrooms, but which is an interesting approach. Okay, and if you could just go on a couple of slides, please. Yeah, that's fine. This will be this will be very interesting as we go through and work together with the developer. So there will be new openings within the historic fabric. There will be repairs to the historic building where more recent additions will be demolished. So these are just some indicative details, but on the listed building application, you will see a number of conditions which will require the submission of detailed information, drawings, and approval, which will involve English Heritage and the Conservation Officer in terms of new openings, in terms of roof light design, in terms of demolition, repairs, fixtures, fittings, recording, etc., etc. So it's likely to be quite a significant amount of work going forward, but the detail will be very, very important. Okay, next slide, please. This is our existing drawings of both the chapel and the mortuary building. There are conditions on the listed building application which require the submission of further details and approval for the conversion of both the chapel building and the mortuary. And this is a point to make about an additional obligation being added to the Section 106, which will require which will require the marketing of the chapel for a community-based use for a minimum 12-month period. Okay. The next slide, please. This just shows the proposed alterations to the exterior of both buildings. They're not remarkably different. I think the only difference are on the two roof lights on the chapel building. Okay, next slide, please. This drawing shows the location. The coloured blocks show the location of the new build. So for the most part, they are located to the north of the main hospital building, with the three detached buildings in the small open space to the south east of the roundabout, to the front of the building. Next slide, please. These are elevations of the next couple of slides, elevations of the proposed development. As you can see, a flat roof, more contemporary design approach was negotiated by officers, and it's worth making the point that these designs are supported by the Conservation Officer and the Historic England Advisor. Another point which is important to make is that on the flat roofs of the new buildings, the new houses, photovoltaics will be installed. This was recently clarified with the applicant, so the performance of the development overall in terms of sustainability is much improved because of that. There is on the planning application a condition on the siting and installation of the photovoltaic panels. Next slide, please. And these further drawings. Thank you. And next slide, please. Now, spend a little bit of time on this drawing. This is something we've been working very closely with the applicant on, and this drawing, which it is proposed will be attached to the section 106, and it indicates areas of public open space, the hatched green areas, which will be publicly accessible and will remain in perpetuity publicly accessible. The other issue to consider is that, or to bear in mind, is that the obligation will render these publicly accessible, but the intention is that they will be maintained first by the developer and will be passed on to a management company. So publicly accessible open spaces which would be managed privately. Within the project area, one of the key issues, policy issues, which the applicant has had to consider and address is the loss of designated open space. So going back to this drawing, the open area, well, it's a woodland area essentially, to the southeast of the roundabout at the front of the hospital building. A small area within that, a small clearing, will be lost to development, or will be developed. But as part of the overall development scheme and demolition and clearance of more modern extensions to the hospital, there will be a net gain in terms of public open space. So quantitatively, there will be an increase in open space, but I think more importantly, qualitatively, the areas of open space will be of a much more usable and high quality. If you look at the airing courts, which are essentially which involve reinstating the historic landscape setting of the building, will offer the public a much better experience. The other point to bear in mind within when you're looking at this drawing is that all the internal roads, footpaths and cycle routes will also be publicly accessible but privately maintained. So there's no additional cost to the public purse. Okay, next slide, please. This drawing is the overall landscape strategy for the site. It's a comprehensive and a very strong landscaping strategy. So there will be significant number of new trees planted around the site to compensate for the loss of trees which has been raised previously. We will, however, need to work further with the applicant, and there's conditions. We're proposing conditions requiring detailed landscaping scheme, earthworks, implementation regimes, maintenance regimes. So with those safeguards in place, we're reasonably content that the landscaping on the site will be of a very high quality. Next slide, please. This is a more detailed landscaping scheme. I've included this just to show the intention to plant a number of street trees to provide that sort of complementary landscape setting to the wider development. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Now this is very difficult to read, and I'm not sure you'll be able to pick it out. There's a lot going on there, but this is the tree protection plan. But if you're able to squint and see, but I probably wouldn't try. You have the red outlines of the trees which will be removed, but the majority, having looked at this, the majority of trees which would be lost will be the northeastern, northwestern corner of the development, and within that clearing, the designated open space which I mentioned previously. A number of trees would obviously be lost to the new development, but just by way of clarification, it's 23 A-grade trees would be lost, but the arboriculturalist has advised that a number of them are self-seeded and of a fairly poor quality. Okay, next slide, please. This map shows a proposed cycling route. It's the blue dashed line which runs from the north through the site, around through the open space, along the driveway, down to Loxley Road. The detail has been provided, so some of it would be along the road. Some of the route would be through the open space. But again, we will be able to focus on the detail of this cycle route through the landscaping scheme. Next slide, please. Parking strategy. So we have a significant number of car parking spaces scattered through the site. There's also a number of parking spaces within 26 parking spaces within the for the cricket club. Next slide. These are indicative. Concept designs for the improvements to Milton Road and Goldsmith Avenue and Milton Road and Loxway Road junctions. These have been reviewed by the Highway Authority and are considered acceptable in principle. The need for these junction improvements were identified through the cumulative transport assessment and modelling, and to be clear, the transport assessment and modelling took into account has taken into account the Homes England scheme, the nearby prison scheme, and other major schemes which have come forward in the area. The next The next step, the Section 10, it will be a Section 278 agreement, will require the applicant to provide a detailed scheme design for these works with a safety audit, and they will have to be submitted and implemented when approved by the developer. Okay, next slide, please. It's the other. Okay, next one, thank you. We're nearly there. So this slide shows bin stores, but the bin stores are also, a number of the bin stores are also combined cycle and bin stores. So there's a significant number of cycle parking spaces throughout the development. And next slide, please. These are visualizations provided of the development. This is the principal elevation of the historic building, of the historic hospital building, which would be opened up and improved from the existing situation. Next slide, please. And this is from the rear. So with the demolition of the more modern additions to the building, to the hospital, and the new build. And the next slides. And this is from the western side. Okay, next slide. I think that's it. So just to very briefly summarise, the proposals will result in the loss of a small area of designated open space, and it will also result in a low level of harm to the listed building. But officers are of the view that this needs to be balanced against the significant and multiple benefits of the scheme, including the retention and management of the building, the removal of unsympathetic buildings within the grounds of the hospital, will help meet the council's housing targets, will deliver a significant quantum of publicly accessible open space in perpetuity, improved and new cycle connections, and generally speaking, we as officers are very supportive of the scheme, which is considered to be of a very high quality. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thanks, Mark. So I'll go now to the Principal Planning Officer, Mr. Guire, and ask him to comment on the things that we were talking about at the start of the meeting, including if you could explain to members about the Nitrate Credit Bank, how that works. It's important for everyone to understand that. And also the late representation from Natural England.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, sorry. If I may also, because we've been presented with quite complex documents here, one of them which is obviously the viability assessment on pages 20 and 21. One of the key points was about affordable housing, where it talks about proposed scheme residual value benchmark and gives the reason because it's in a negative value. I've read it about 5 times and it's still gobbledygook to me, so it's quite important we understand the criteria of affordable housing as part of that.
Thank you very much indeed. Ian, could you comment on that or describe that too?
Try and run through all those things, and I'll swing back round to the chapel as well, just to make sure everyone covers that. Members, I'll specifically refer to the Supplementary Matters report, which obviously deals with a number of the issues for habitats, so not just nitrate. I'll start with nitrate. So in the Supplementary Matters Report, we expand upon that which we comment in at paragraph 7.13 in the report. The applicants undertake a quite extensive review of the nitrate implications of their scheme. As members will recall, we are required to achieve neutrality for nutrients, principally nitrates, arising from principally wastewater from residential development. One of the ways this is done is obviously to compare the existing and past lawful use of the site against the proposed lawful use of the site to see whether there is an increase in nitrates. It's a complex site because, of course, it was a hospital and closed down, so if you will, slowly over a number of years. The applicant, therefore, did have a number of challenges in assessing what that reasonable existing position should be taken to be. They looked at the different type of patient on the site, longer term, shorter term, tried to look at some of the catchments for those patients as well, and suggested that the additional amount of nitrates generated by the proposed residential development of the site compared to the past hospital use of the site may be as little as 14 kilograms, which I think is the number we've got in paragraph 7.13, isn't it? I'll just check that to make sure I don't misdirect you. Yes, 14 kilograms per year. Officers were, however, slightly concerned that that methodology did have a number of assumptions, and in truth, assumptions do need to be made. I wouldn't wish to criticise the professionals that put that together, but we did identify a number of what we thought were potential inconsistencies in the production of that figure. Consequently, we concluded our HRA in a precautionary worst-case scenario, effectively giving them no credit at all for the fact that there's an existing past lawful use of the site. That increases the nitrate burden created by the scheme to 162.6 kilograms as covered on the first page of the SMAT. We discussed this with obviously Natural England and the applicant and decided to review whether in that worst case scenario they could simply make the financial contributions to cover that precautionary 162 kilograms rather than the maybe more accurate 14 kilograms. The applicants are satisfied they can do so. We are also able to advise that the Council's own nitrate bank does have sufficient credits to cover that 162 kilograms subject to an early delivery of the scheme, which again the applicants have confirmed that was their intent and are again happy to do so. So while there is still some uncertainty regarding the degree of nitrate impact that is a true net impact, would have to then be mitigated with the off-site neutrality process laid out in our standard methodology. We have therefore modelled this against the worst-case scenario, truly precautionary approach of 162 kilograms to ensure that there is no risk of eutrophication in the Solent waters. Clearly, as we finalise the 106 agreement, should members grant plan permission today and better scientific evidence is provided in that period, a smaller amount of nitrate credit can be applied against an updated HRA should that be considered appropriate. But because we've covered literally the worst case scenario, we are confident the nitrate bank is in place and the applicant's commitment to delivering against it will assure the necessary mitigation. So that's some nitrates. As members are aware, the Thames Basin, the Solent Waters SPA has a number of different issues, nitrates being the more recent one, the longer standing one of course being our bird populations, often referred to as the bird aware question, but this is linked to recreational disturbance on individual projects of large scale and indeed in combination with other projects. A financial payment under a long-standing SPD is put in play to deal with that broader recreational disturbance. However, in the specific area of Milton, when we produced that SPD a number of years ago, it was highlighted at, where have I put the document now, at paragraph, too many documents here, paragraph 3.11 of the SPD, that there may be some developments which, due to the scale or location, such as this one, would cause a significant effect alone, regardless of other development. And these developments would lead to a significant effect on the SPA designations, regardless of any other development which will happen along the Solent. And as such, under the habitat regulations, a bespoke mitigation package is required to allow the development to lawfully go ahead. So as well as dealing with the nitrates question, a new problem, if you will, the old problem of bird aware, there is a bespoke problem for the large-scale schemes in close proximity to the SBA, principally those in close proximity to the supporting habitat at Milton Common. This therefore led to the Milton Common Local Nature Reserve Recovery and Management Plan being designed and adopted by this council in 2015 with endorsement by Natural England. So as well as the bird aware payment for your regional recreational disturbance and nitrates, there's a specific additional payment required to deal with the immediate problem of impacts on that supporting habitat. That problem, however, has a drafted bespoke solution, the management plan designed for Milton Common, adopted by this council.
If I can. So Ian, just so I understand, in the other comments, Natural England has not completed this within the 3 months after the date.
He's going to come to that if you let me finish.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. The management plan is a management plan. I'm trying to understand if the practical issues, if something doesn't happen, in other words, you're deciding now and it may go out of the bounds of a management plan.
Yeah. So to bring that forward, so the management plan was, and looking at a letter from 2015, Natural England was advised that this management plan, the one that went to and was adopted by this council, in addition to contributions towards the Solar and Recreation Mitigation Partnership, the bird aware issue, is sufficient to mitigate the recreational disturbance impacts on the SBA of up to 297 new residents in Milton. It's a broad management plan to cover all the anticipated growth in the Milton area within that immediate proximity to the Milton Common supporting habitat. That was the 2015 judgment. Since that time, in 2016, March 2016, this council granted the 30 homes at Glebe Coast, as now is, using that management plan as the bespoke mitigation strategy to deal with that immediate problem. They made a financial contribution of £262,410 to the delivery of the management plan. Obviously, the management plan itself is accumulation. It requires sufficient schemes to come forward to enable that money to be pulled together to deliver a series of capital inventions as well as revenue costs in perpetuity to maintain it. So there has to be a sufficient critical mass of development to fund the intervention on the site. 30 homes at Glebe Coast. Obviously, you have homes under this scheme, homes under the Phase 1 of Homes England would also be required to pay it, and any future development at the Langston campus, the other part of the allocation within your current plan, would also need to make similar contributions. This bespoke scheme, therefore, is considered acceptable, has been tested through that robust mechanism of the grant of plan permission in 2016, as well as the discussions with Natural England in 2015 as an adequate bespoke mitigation for the direct impacts on Milton Common, and obviously as and when plan permissions are granted of sufficient scale, money's brought in at sufficient trigger points to enable that work to be undertaken on Milton Common, the management plan would kick into effect and those works would have to be carried out. That's where we were this time yesterday. As mentioned on page 3 of the SMATs, yesterday we received a late response from Natural England saying that they wanted to look at this in a little bit more detail. This is contrary to, say, their letter from 2015, their advice from 2016, and indeed their advice throughout the negotiation and discussion of this application to date. So it was very disappointing that they've come to this position quite late, extraordinarily late in the day. Officers remain satisfied, however, that the mitigation strategy is robust and detailed and are capable of achieving the necessary mitigation through that management plan. It is therefore proposed that we will continue sharing that information with Natural England and help them finalise their guidance in tandem with the production of the Section 106 agreement that would deliver the financial contribution under the bespoke mitigation, and therefore it isn't a reason to delay decision making today. after all, the recommendation today isn't to grant planning permission, it is a resolution to grant planning permission and delegate this matter, the Section 106 for mitigation, to officers. So we feel that is a reasonable outcome to do. It is, say, very disappointing that they've come very late in the day asking for further information on a very mature scheme. It's not that old. 2016 it was used to determine a planning application. 2015 it was drafted with their full endorsement, and we have been making it available to them and discussing it with them for well over a year. So a frustration to say the least, but one that we believe shouldn't be a reason to delay decision making or withhold plan permission, and is perfectly capable as a technical matter to be resolved at this time, because even in their letter yesterday to us they do reconfirm that they have no principal objection to the mitigation strategy, but wish to talk about the current evidence-based and evidential baselines that inform that. So that may well change the pounds figure we seek from them, which is extremely substantial. There's a very large payment in the millions associated with this bespoke mitigation strategy, so that may change that figure, but it doesn't change the ecology or science underpinning the strategy, which is unaltered from 2016. So that when we have that Milton Common paragraph on page 3 of the SMAT, that is to what we refer. Obviously more than happy to take any questions of that as we go through the debate, but as I say, while Natural England have come very late to the conversation to ask for a little bit more information, we believe that is information that is a technical nature that officers can resolve as part of the delegated authority sought under the recommendation today as part of the 106 for the wider mitigation matters. That probably covers everything I wanted to say on the habitats regulation issues. To pick up, well, just quickly kick off the marketing of the chapel, then I'll come back to the viability point. As Mr. Wadsworth said earlier, the chapel is a residential conversion within this scheme. All the statutory constancies and the planning authority are satisfied that is a reasonable use of the chapel and will preserve its heritage value in the long term. We are of course very aware that a number of stakeholders, including the Neighbourhood Forum, do have concerns about that. It has therefore been brought to our attention that the local residents, through one of the trusts in that area, have moved forward discussions with the applicant in parallel, if you will, with the planning process, which is obviously something to be applauded, to look at whether an alternative use for that chapel could be introduced. And they have therefore suggested that a planning obligation could be imposed upon the scheme to require its marketing for a period of 18 months for alternative uses before it would revert to that which is sought for planning permission today, that which would be granted in this scenario to become the 2 residential units, to give local groups or interested parties a chance to promote alternative community-based activities within that listed building space to the applicant in that period. There is no planning requirement within your policy to provide for community use of that chapel, so the obligation is a slightly difficult one. It is of course in no way inconsistent with PCS 16, your policy that seeks to protect and deliver community infrastructure, so officers have no particular concerns about including it as an additional obligation within the heads of terms of the Section 106 that will be negotiated. Historic England, who are obviously primarily concerned about the certainty of a sustainable long-term management of that heritage asset, are equally happy that moratorium of delivering the residential conversion for a period of 12 months, in their view, is not a problem, and consequently an obligation to require the applicant to market it for those community purposes for 12 months prior to the residential conversion being able to be commenced could be incorporated into the planning obligation, we feel, in a reasonable way. Obviously that is without prejudice discussion. I think it's very fair to say, I'll let them speak for themselves. From those local residents groups, there is a fundamental objection, a number of different points across the scheme, but they do recognise that everyone should be working positively on such schemes and have therefore found and identified this issue. It is of course last lawful use part of the hospital chapel, so therefore any use within that same use class could simply occupy it on that basis, though further listed building consent would be required to make any alterations to to bring it into some alternative use. But there's no particular concern about not providing 2 residential units in there and providing a community use if one could be found. So I think it's quite right and proper that this planning permission, should you grant it, does make space for that opportunity and that 12-month marketing period, which the applicant have confirmed back to that trust they are happy to accept as an obligation. So just to provide a little bit more detail on that. So finally, the viability point. As members know, we've discussed this on a number of past occasions. We are directed by the national planning system that we have to look very carefully at the impacts we impose upon development through policy, and the principal one here of course is affordable housing. Where our policies are preventing development coming forward, then we are instructed to look at those matters and take steps accordingly. This is principally delivered where we find developments that are not viable, having gone through rigorous objective assessment of the scheme viability, such that effectively you have 2 choices: no development or development without affordable housing. And the government is quite clear, development without affordable housing is preferable to the no development scenario. In this case, obviously, there's substantial gain to the City Council in bringing forward one of your long-standing allocated sites for its residential purpose, which weighs very much in favour of the scheme. This is also a listed building of significant heritage value, and consequently a positively designed scheme that has the support of Historic England and indeed the Council's own conservation advisors, means that the site will be developed and managed in a positive way in perpetuity, reducing the risk of the building sliding into decline if no beneficial use can be found for it. So there is an absolute imperative to bring forward appropriate deliverable development on this site. The applicants have put forward a detailed viability appraisal for the beginning of the application with all the reasonable development assumptions of profits and costs associated with delivering the scheme, which does of course include a number of abnormals. The cost of work to the listed building is an abnormal cost compared to developing a vacant site. The significant costs, as I said, we're running into millions for the local habitat issues because of the proximity to Milton, are also abnormal costs. All of these things affect the overall viability of the scheme, and has therefore led the developer to the conclusion that when they make, as they are entitled and indeed must do, a reasonable profit margin, there is insufficient money left over, having paid for the necessary habitat issues, which are immovable, non-negotiable matters. There is no money left over to fund the affordable housing. Just to be clear, the affordable housing is 17 units because the vacant building credit system, again a mandatory process that we are obliged to consider, does recognise that where you are reusing floor space, you shouldn't be paying affordable housing obligations for that reuse. So you net off effectively the existing floor space, including that which is demolished to make room for the new residential floor space. So it's only the percentage left over of the floor space from the new build. So it's a percentage of that, which is obviously only giving you a maximum of 17 units based on our officers' calculations. That is what you would have got if this was a more profitable scheme, but it's not, so you have lost out on those 17 units. That calculation, that assessment of viability, has been subject to both rigorous review by officers and by external expert consultants. It's that external expert consultants' view which we commission as a LPA, which has been circulated today, which is effectively just checking the assumptions the applicant has put in. The applicant says we don't make enough money to provide affordable housing. Our consultants have looked at that and said they're right. They don't make enough money to make affordable housing. They're actually making a deficit in this case against that appraisal. Officers have reviewed both the applicant's submission and of course taken advice from our consultants and are happy to give that same advice to you. Unfortunately, that there is no funding available for affordable housing in this case, and consequently a refusal on that basis would be unsustainable at appeal. Obviously happy to take any further questions around that. A few other things, updates to the report within the SMAT as well for this, I think are fairly self-explanatory, but I think that's, Chairman, all we probably need to present today.
All right, thanks, Mr. Maguire. Very clear, well explained help and advice on 3 or 4 important matters. So, members, now we're going to go to the deputations. And according to my list, there's lots of paper around. So we'll go to the objectives first of all, Kieran, am I correct? And at the top of the list, I've got Janice Birkinshaw. Janice, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the reason you're here today?
We did agree an order between us, and
Okay.
Rod Bailey, chairman of the Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum, was due to go first.
Okay.
If that's
So
all
it's-
right, and
yes,
I
sure.
will
So
follow.
it's Rod Bailey, then who's next?
And myself.
Janice. And then Martin.
Yeah, Martin Locke.
Yeah. And then Mr. Pitt.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hang on a moment. Right, Mr. Bailey, you'd like to go ahead.
Yep, Mr. Bailey, Rod Bailey, Chair of the Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum. Can you hear me?
Yep, yeah, indeed, thank you.
Firstly, I am pleased that we are pleased that there has been removals of buildings at the front. That improves the setting of the building from the frontage. I think it's great that there's an economic use or a reuse of the hospital, because nobody wants to see a building of that architectural merit just fall into decay. But overall, I can't see that this is properly sustainable development. I circulated 3 pages of roughly what I'm going to say. I don't always stick to it, but the principles I will. Sustainable development should be about 3 dimensions: economic, social and environmental. We understand now the economic benefits to the applicant, but we can see already that there are social consequences in not meeting affordable housing. I also think we've been talking about environmental mitigation for Milton Common, but there's also the nitrates, the bird aware, but actually for us, for we residents who live around here, there's the issue with traffic and air pollution. So what I think we have to keep bearing in mind is this sustainable development? I think we have a different opinion on the harm to the listed building. I think it's significant. I think the point about the airing courts going right along the west and east elevations is to set the building in its proper landscape, and there's an opportunity here to do that. I think the blocky house designs spoil that. I think we think that actually to say that there are increases in public open spaces, true, but they would have to be public open spaces if you returned that airing court area as setting of the hospital, as I think the MPPF is supposed to be saying that we do. It's quite acceptable to build along the northern end because the setting of the hospital isn't badly compromised, but there is a very good building to the northeast called Lancashire House, which you're proposing to demolish. Lancashire House, for those who don't know, is a community or a hospital boiler house which could be reused for a community energy hub. It's got steep pitched roofs and it could provide solar panels, and the pipework to heat the hospital must still be there. It doesn't seem consistent with us, bearing in mind the council declared a climate emergency in 2019, that this building is just demolished. So now, when we get to the open space then, we're saying that we're gaining open space, but I think we could be missing the point, because that's got to be reused. But what we are doing is we're losing a significantly valuable, particularly to the local community, of the land to the excuse me, to the land to the southeast of the roundabout. That is in PCS 13, and PCS 13 is quite clear that you refuse if there's a loss without justifiable reasons, and I don't accept that there are justifiable reasons if we've already said that there is some, forgive me, there is some harm to the setting of the building. So I think on my circulation to members, I've put some links here. This is links that give you an information, health statistics about the benefits of open space, and particularly in urban areas as congested and as dense as this, it's highly valuable for things like reducing incidences of diabetes, of cardiovascular diseases, and also just general mental stress. So I think the car parking element, if we're proposing 370 car spaces on what is already a quite busy kind of site, you've got the parking right by the building, the wings of the building, which I think is quite intrusive and it could be a nuisance. But generally, the issue for us is the parking on the local roads. I'll give you a personal experience that happened to me. I don't own a car, I drive them when I need to. I'm a cyclist, and a year ago last December, I was late afternoon, picture this, it's twilight, it's getting dark, I'm on the roundabout at the Loxway Road where we agree we've got to make some adjustments, and I'm hit side on by a motorist. He's just pulled out and hit me. My bike's damaged, I've got a sprain on my foot, we get it sorted. The guy is so, he's remorseful, so apologetic. We try and fix my bike, it won't, it's written off. He gives me a lift back from the cycle shop, and we go along Winter Road. That's busy. He said, look, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's taken me nearly 10 minutes to get from Tesco's in Eastney Road. That's to the south of the site, about half a mile, 500 metres, half a mile, just to get to where we are. And actually, it's so frustrating, and this is every day, evenings and mornings, weekends in summer, and on football days. So this, I cannot believe that this mitigation that's being proposed will help, because you're going to have less than 100 metres between the Loxway Road mini roundabout and the new signalised, or the rephased signalised junction at Goldsmith Avenue. We talked about the affordability to the developer, but these mitigation, affordable homes, these policies were already there. MT4 is quite explicit about requiring the integrity and the setting of the hospital to be maintained, but it's also very explicit about saying that the highway network has to be capable of accommodating the traffic. I think we've got to set aside historic figures about hospital reuse, because it couldn't be reused as a hospital even now. And the hospital wasn't fully occupational, hasn't been in full occupation for about 10 years now, but the traffic still goes up, so that is kind of irrelevant. The roads are congested, and as a consequence of that, there's a lot of air pollution, and public health has raised concerns about the public health, and we have, because we in the community installed a Friends of the Earth air quality monitor outside Milton Park School in 2017.
Mr. Bailey, could you begin to round up? I've been watching the clock, so coming towards the end.
Okay,
Would you mind coming to a conclusion,
There are
sir?
inconsistent statements around the air quality, and I've supplied the council members, if you have time to have a look at it, because it's factual. So on the whole, taken with everything there, I don't think this can be sustainable development, and I think therefore it should be refused.
And thank you for your written deputation, which all the members have got as well. Okay? So, next up, Mrs. Birkinshaw.
Thank you. Can I first of all thank you for the additional time you've given us today, and forgive us if we repeat some points, but they are heartfelt. Queues are a feature of everyday life in Milton, whether caused by peak period traffic, Pompey Saturday or Tuesday evening matches, folks going to the seafront, or children coming out of school. It never seems to end. There's a local saying, the lights are green but there's nowhere to go. Hearing there will be more traffic on this route from development of Phase 2 at St James prompts me to ask on behalf of Milton Neighbourhood Forum whether the committee can be sure that the claims before you today are robust. When spatial allocations were made in 2014, bringing St James and the university land into contention, we carried out a volunteer-led traffic survey. Peter Hayward, your highways consultant, confirmed to the council that our figures were robust and concluded Loxway Road Junction with Milton Road was over capacity then, and Moorings Way Eastern Road Junction would require improvement, so further development should be refused due to the current road network. If you've read Peter's assessment of the Phase 2 application, you'll see throughout his examination of the plans from November 2020 to March 21, he had the view that this proposal should be refused. However, he now accepts traffic signals at the end of Loxway Road, provided by the developer at their expense would permit. We note the council requires these works to be completed before occupancy of the site with a financial contribution from the developer of Phase 1. But Phase 1 has not yet been approved by committee. How can this be possible without prejudicing a Phase 1 approval in due course? With today's supplementary matters, will the nitrates credit be available for Phase 1? Don't forget that the existing city plan policy MT4 stipulates that development at St James should not be contemplated unless the road system can accommodate its traffic. We have heard today that the 115 vehicle movements at peak periods from the prison have been accounted for, but we have not yet experienced them. I did a quick comparison that there are 107 new homes proposed for Phase 1, with a total of 23 peak period movements onto the network, and the network would of course be Loxway Road. This is 21% traffic movements for the number of homes. The prisons, 287 homes, 115 peak period traffic movements, is 40%. I don't understand the difference. St James Phase 2 before you today, 209 homes, 16 traffic movements at peak periods, I calculated as 7%. This is difficult to reconcile unless many of the Phase 2 residents will leave St James northwards via Edenbridge Road and Moorings Way. The report appears to be silent on numbers affecting that junction. May we know how many extra movements there will be at Moorings Way? It's recommended Moorings Way stop line could be moved, but this isn't practical. It's already tight, allowing cyclists and pedestrians to cross on pavements up Eastern Road. The bus turning left into Moorings Way takes up the whole of the area in front of the stop line on both sides of the road before it can straighten up. The junction serves ambulances for Shearer House, 2 bus stops and residents parking. More traffic from St James on the Moorings Way junction would severely affect its operation, and the most practical improvement would be double yellow lines from the junction back to Mariners Walk, but not politically popular. The refuge for traffic turning right off Velder Avenue into Moorings Way accommodates 3 vehicles. This needs to be at least 6 at peak periods. May we hear the right turn has been included in improvement plans. The report suggests traffic signals at Loxway Road will enable phases 1 and 2 to proceed. New traffic signals 90 metres from the existing ones at Goldsmith Avenue, linked to the signalled pedestrian crossing outside Milton Park School, where we've heard nitrogen dioxide levels of 33 milligrams compared to the maximum of 40 have been recorded. This means queues will increase in length and duration, making this side of the city even more polluted than the current measurement at AQMA. Eventually, the UK will move to World Health Organization limits 25% less than the UK. Can the committee be assured that the new traffic management system before you today as a condition of development will not tip into exceedances and achieve a potential public health risk? There is a drawing mentioned in the report explaining the relationship of the two sets of lights with the pedestrian crossing. We were unable to trace this drawing in the public documents and cannot therefore judge its effect. Can the complex relationship of these proposals be explained in full to committee today to ensure we do not have an even worse quality of life in respect of transport and air quality than we do now on this side of the city? Sadly, a pedestrian was killed in Goldsmith Avenue on Sunday and the road had to be closed for some hours. Gridlock occurred yet again. As the Cabinet Member for Transportation can confirm, car registration...
Mrs. Birkinshaw, can I ask you to round up, please?
It's the last paragraph.
Thank you.
Car registration in the city is increasing and the traffic levels quoted in previous submissions are already out of date since it has increased since the pandemic levels. Please explain to us how the proposals for traffic signals at Loxway Road to permit this development will solve rather than add to local traffic congestion and allow us to comply with policy MT4.
Thank you. And officers will obviously comment on matters that you've both raised so far when they come to when we get to the end of the deputations. Mr. Locke.
Thank you. Right, my name is Martin Locke. I am one of the admins on Keep Milton Green, which I, as was mentioned earlier on, some of you follow or have been on there. It was created as an awareness as a community group for Portsmouth, or for Milton specifically, to pass out information from the Neighbourhood Forum, the Milton Forum, so that everyone was aware of what was going on there. Now, in the past, Keep Milton Green has objected to the loss of what was going to be 40 protected TPO trees on the site. The application, as we know, has been updated. Now that is a figure of 57. Of those 57 trees, 4 are to be just partially felled. But when we look at the figures, 2 of these trees are categorised as grade U, which is unsuitable for retention stroke diseased. 30 are grade C, 24 grade B, and 1 tree is actually grade A, which gives it a considerable lifespan still to be lived. Several of the trees, and I've got the details here, were identified as low and moderate nesting areas for bats, yet they're to be felled.
Sorry, importantly, could you just repeat that? Could you repeat that? Because I'm making some notes about the trees to be felled that contain bats.
I've got my notes here, or a sheet, so we can pass that over to you if you'd...
Yeah. I couldn't keep up with you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, where was I? Apologies. Following our previous objection, there was a line in the arboricultural report about report limitations, which stated, "We have not checked if there is any statutory protection on the trees because this can delay the production of the report. It was requested in our objection that this is to be taken into consideration and further reports could be done because of this. The updated documents for this development have been checked and no new reports have been uploaded and there has been no change." It is well known within the area that there is a considerable amount of wildlife, and there's photographic evidence on KMG, because we have some lovely photographers there that go out and produce photographs of the wildlife, the trees, and day-to-day life within the area. There are green and great spotted woodpeckers in the area and other species there. We know that TPO should have replacement trees, but as was mentioned as well, these will be small saplings and they will take decades to become fully functional trees that will then help the drainage of the site. I've gone ahead of myself in saying that, but so we've got that. Furthermore, the trees help with the drainage and protect us from poor air quality that we are receiving within the city, which has been mentioned on both sides here. Without the trees, it could cause problems with flooding. This it's not compliant with one of the policies in the local plan, PCS 13 green spaces. The felling of the trees is only completely unnecessary, bar 2 of them. It's acknowledged they are healthy. The only issue that they have is they are in the way of building the new properties of the development. If the application is granted, we will request that the developer would implement a planting strategy to put larger trees in the area, not just saplings. We know that this can be done, which would do the same job as the trees per se. We understand that there will be a cost, but the loss of 57 trees to the environment, the animal life and the drainage and air quality is a huge cost to ourselves. And obviously that gives the patients that are still remaining in the area of St James's some form of serenity. I mean, that's a good word. You know, that they've got the views of all the trees. If anyone remembers, a few years ago, to the north, the Edenbridge Road estate was severely flooded after a torrential rainstorm and caused a lot of damage around the area there. So that could be, because that's when the, Rod, can you correct, what was the first area that was sold off and Crayfern estate? Glebe Close, yeah, when that was built, so that could have been part of that effect. With regard to the planning application, following on concerns from the flooding, we would request that a similar condition be put in as for a recent development of 100 new dwellings in Drayton, the old dairy building. I've got the application here, the number. It's understand that with regards to the application, there was a worry that the green areas in private gardens could be paved over or replaced with just astroturf, which is not good for any drainage. Therefore, 2 conditions were implemented into the application. And it reads, in order to ensure adequate capacity in the local drainage network to serve the development, might otherwise increase flows to the public sewage system, replacing existing properties and land at greater risk of flooding in accordance with policy PCS 12 of the Portsmouth Plan, and to ensure that dwellings remain safe from any potential flooding over the lifetime of the development, also in accordance with PCS 12. We know that Milton was considered to be marsh type land before building started, and we've seen some flooding in the area, as I've alluded to, and in the grounds in St James's before, so we request that similar condition is also placed and enforced if any application is approved. Again, loss of green space. We know that they are looking at the mitigation there, that there will hopefully be additional, but loss to the north of St James's will become parking spaces, which is a sad thing to see. And land will be lost to communal gardens rather than, you know, for public space. So it will not, whilst it's open space, it will not be fully communal for the general public. It must be pointed out that PCS 13, in taking into account, requires pocket parks of development sites of 50 dwellings or more.
Could I get you to round up, Mr. Lott, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
So the sizes are a lot smaller than is the recommended. Bandstands have been removed, something we asked to be retained, and maintain part of the history of the site for future generations to enjoy. Ask the developer to re-evaluate and consider putting in the parks over the whole the site. I'll wrap up there by saying we object to the application for all the above reasons. We believe the application should be refused. please regard the poor provision and defiance of legal requirements for social and affordable housing for the residents of Portsmouth, but also increase of traffic movements, air qualities, harm to the listed building settings, and the potentially loss of the chapel, the green spaces, the healthy trees going, and, as have been mentioned, the missing documents that have not been seen, and also, from my side as well, the affordability report that comes in right at the very last minute that no one had a chance to see.
Thank you. It's been going to be debated, I'm sure. Mr. Pitt.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I do find myself considerably inconvenienced at this meeting by the fact that the Council's own viability appraisal was only made available in this meeting today, and I had no opportunity whatsoever to look at it in advance. As the other deputies have stated, we were working in a certain order, with each of us taking a particular topic, and viability was mine. I do have copies of my deputation as it was written to be submitted today, Chair, which I would ask to be circulated. However, I've had to make significant amendments due to the fact that a 33-page document was published in this meeting, which is not in accordance with the Council's agreed policy. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Sorry, I missed that last sentence.
The Council's agreed policy is that all documents that are relevant and pertinent to the application should be published on the Council's planning portal in advance of a public meeting. That did not happen with that document. It was distributed only in this meeting, and there was no adjournment.
Sure. And if you could email me subsequent to this, we'll get it checked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So on that basis, I'll do my best to try and be coherent, having to review a 33-page document and make a number of changes. I believe there are several reasons why this application should not be approved, not least the road junction at the top of Loxway Road, as mentioned by Mr Birkinshaw, the loss of 22 Category B trees, primarily raised by Martin Locke, the poor aesthetic design of some of the new builds, which Rod raised. The status of the chapel we were also hoping would be confirmed today, and we are pleased that that is the case, and that there will be a 12-month review period to enable the community use to come forward, and we are grateful for that. However, I want to focus in this deputation on issues I believe exist with the economic viability assessment. I must take issue with some of the things that were stated by the Head of Planning in this meeting today. There are relevant issues with this application in relation to the age of the local plan and the viability assessments that accompanied it back in 2010, and the applicant is absolutely correct that law therefore requires significant weight to be given to the EVA. I would, however, contest that the lack of weight currently being given in this decision to the relatively advanced Milton Neighbourhood Plan. Planning guidance refers to the importance of the transparency of assumptions within that EVA, and it is these assumptions I will concentrate on now. I have to assert that this committee has no option other than to at the very least defer this application today, and I will explain why. A very simple set of inquiries has confirmed that on average, house prices in the UK have risen by 10.2% over the last 12 months. That's ONS data. There is a link to where that can be found in the reports being circulated. Local data published separately by Zoopla suggests that in Portsmouth specifically, the average house price increase may be just above 6% based on 1,553 property sales that they recorded. That data also shows that flats and apartments, which comprise the bulk of this development, show the strongest rise in prices. Again, a link is provided in the circulated document. That EVA was submitted in February 2021, almost a year ago. The EVA assumes sales values to be $68.5 million approximately, based on the extensive research that was carried out at the time. But the local data published separately by Zoopla suggests that in Portsmouth specifically, the average house price increase may be just above 6% based on those 1,553 sales. Applying these local sales values at 6% more than in early 2021 would mean the applicant could now reasonably expect to achieve £72,567,515 and change, an increase of £4,107,594. Using this Portsmouth-based increase would transform the EVA's conclusions. Instead of the existing use value plus the 20% uplift to landowner, which I note in the document pointed out today, is rejected by the council's appraiser. They do not accept the 20% uplift to the landowner. That asserts a total value, therefore, of 4.75. I've now got figures which you'll see in the report that role play a scenario, but they are significantly affected by the publication of the new document. I'll do my best. The applicant's argument against providing any affordable housing on site would, if you review these figures as I've suggested, leave a net residual land value of approximately £7.5 million, set against the applicant's assertion that it is reasonable to expect £5.7 million, although the council's own appraisal does not accept this figure. They accept a lower figure of 4.75. So we clearly are in excess, and we clearly are in an area of viability. 12 months ago was not now. That appraisal accepted that COVID left things in a very uncertain situation, and we're seeing that, but what we are seeing is demand for houses in this city. People want to come and live here. Prices, values are going up. So if we look at it in terms of the affordable housing, which should be 30% on the new builds, therefore 17.4 units to be policy compliant, affordable in this sense usually means a market price discount of approximately 20%. Working through the assumptions made in the document that's been circulated, you'll see that that roughly equates to £1.5 million needing to be provided in order to enable that affordable housing to be delivered. Looking at the council's own document that's been circulated today, you'll note that in the final 2 pages, at the very back of that 33-page document, at the very back, attached to, in that appraisal, there is a surplus excluding the 6% in sales values that we know exist, if you look on the Zoopla link that I've given you. So it tells you that not the other worked assumptions around 5 and 10% values, but in the very back of that document, the one that was done in August, based on the updates after consultation with the developer, it clearly shows that there is a tiny bit of viability. I think it's £17, but that's not allowing for the last 12 months of price increases in homes purchases in this city. It's crucial. If the committee is to rely wholly on this EVA, as they may well intend to do, and the officers advise them, surely that EVA must be up to date and accurate. It is, in fairness, it's common knowledge that building costs have also increased over the last year due to supply chain issues affecting global markets, Brexit issues and the pandemic. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that the current construction costs contained in this EVA will also be out of date, so that they need to be adjusted too, but by how much, we do not currently know. The issue, therefore, is that this committee does not have that information, and to accept out-of-date financials on a scheme of this size would set a dangerous precedent for future applications. The applicant's own EVA acknowledges those COVID uncertainties, the council's appraisal backs them up, but also market values of house prices in this city must be pertinent to today's decision. I am convinced that this application is currently in breach of PCS 19 and therefore constitutes a clear reason for refusal. I would respectfully suggest that if the committee were minded not to defer this application as I suggest, then there must be a condition added to the application which stipulates that open book accounting of the development must be supplied to Portsmouth City Council, so that if the returns on the scheme are higher than the existing EVA predicts, an affordable housing allocation could be made at a future date via the Section 106 agreement. Indeed, why not add this condition even if the EVA is updated? And I refer you to page 20, paragraph 7.1 in the 33-page document circulated today, where the advice to the council by your own appraisal is to do exactly what I'm suggesting, and yet the planning officers are not requiring that as a condition today. Why not? You sought professional advice, take the professional advice you were given and demand open book accounting on this scheme. It's the right thing for the residents of Portsmouth. The council did exactly that on the last major housing development in the city, that in Kingston Prison, and it was entirely appropriate that they did. I would also remind members that the eventual outcome on that scheme was that all of the new build element was later allocated to a housing association for development rather than being built for commercial sale, a much improved outcome. There were similar issues cited by the applicant on that scheme around the cost of conversion of the listed prison buildings. If it was appropriate to require open book accounting on that scheme, why not this one? Thank you.
Thanks, and I suspect that will be raised again by further deputations. Thank you, Councillor Pitt. I'm sure the officers have made a note of that and they will come back on it and members will ask questions on that, I'm sure. So now we're going to move to the... do we have any written deputations that need to be read out at all? No, thank you very much. So we're going to move now to the councillors that have attended today. Thank you for your time again.
Sorry, Councillor Hunt. You said the applicant will go next.
Sorry,
Sorry, you got over half an hour, just over half an hour, because some of them ran over time as well. And to be fair, we want to make sure that you have your say. Are there two of you?
Yes, I'm here representing NHS Property Services, who are the freehold owner of the hospital site.
Okay, so you... What is his role, Kieran?
I'll tell you if you sort of hand over.
All right, okay, so you might go between the two of you if needs be. All right, so give it about 32, 33 minutes if you need that, okay? Sorry about the misunderstanding just now. Thanks, gentlemen.
It's okay. We shouldn't need a full half an hour, but there are a couple of things that have been raised this morning that I do want to pick up on, so I will spend a bit of time doing that as well. Good afternoon, members. My name is Richard Wilshaw, and I am the in-house planning manager at PG Livesey, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. By way of a background, PG Livesey is a dedicated property developer that specialises in sensitive restoration and conversion of listed buildings. In our 40-year history, we have successfully converted over 125 historic assets, including many hospital complexes like St James's. We are one of only a handful of developers in the country who have the experience, knowledge and craft to take on an exciting challenge such as this. Firstly, we want to thank the officers for their hard work that has gone into preparing this report and for their inputs into the scheme before you today. We have worked with the Council, Historic England and wider consultees to create a scheme that Portsmouth and PG Livesey can be proud of and celebrates this part of the city's rich history. You have before you a well-written committee report that recommends approval of the planning and listed building consent applications, and I don't intend to duplicate the findings of that positive report, but there are a few points that I do think warrant spending a bit more time on. Portsmouth City Council has allocated this site in the local plan for a range of uses, including residential. In addition to the 58 new high-quality and sustainable homes proposed within the grounds, converted to listing buildings would create 151 unique, characterful properties. It would take roughly 35 acres to provide this many new homes elsewhere in the city, a very difficult task on an island like Portsmouth. Therefore, this scheme will add a significant boost to the Council's housing land supply. The historic buildings would be saved and enhanced for future generations, with features like the original airing courts, chapel, mortuary and bandstands restored and celebrated. The setting of the buildings would be enhanced through the removal of insensitive 20th century buildings and extensions and the creation of high quality public space for all to enjoy. The cricket pitch and pavilion would be retained and given to the cricket club on a long lease for the first time, allowing them to apply for funding from the English Cricket Board. This will allow them to secure their long-term future and fund improvements to this local successful club. Conversion of historic buildings such as these are very complicated, and it carries a significant amount of risk for us as a developer. To help cross-subsidise this expense, 58 new build homes would be carefully constructed within the hospital grounds, primarily on existing hardstanding or in place of modern hospital buildings that will be demolished. The frontage of the main hospital building will remain entirely free from development and allow new views of the impressive principal elevation. Further, the visual relationship of the chapel to the main hospital building will be restored and enhanced. The proposed development will bring approximately £3 million of planning contributions through the Section 106 legal agreement. We are providing 477 dedicated cycle parking spaces to encourage sustainable travel, together with a safe north-south cycle route through the publicly accessible open space. All of the new build homes will include solar panels and energy-efficient measures well above the Council's own policy requirements. In addition, there will be lots of electric charging points, thereby minimising carbon emissions. With regard to trees, whilst removal of low-quality trees with a limited lifespan is necessary to both facilitate a high-quality development, but also ensure the safety of future residents and the public, Our proposals include the planting of at least 129 replacement trees, as well as the creation of over 2 hectares of amenity grassland and over 1.5 hectares of wildflower meadows. Therefore, overall, the proposal provides a significant ecological benefit that will enhance the natural character of the grounds and the treed nature of the site. But there is one issue that I really want to touch on a little bit further, and it's been discussed a lot today, and that is the perceived loss of open space within the site. So just let me be clear, there will be no reduction in open space on this site, and I have produced a short presentation to help explain that to members today. So if we were able to show that on the screen for members, that would be appreciated. Whilst that's just loading, what I would say is, obviously, while in producing this presentation, we weren't aware of what the council's own presentation was going to be. So some of this, unfortunately, there is a bit of an overlap. So I'll try and rattle through those bits that have already been discussed at length by Mark and Ian already today. So I'll just try and do it briefly because I know we've all been here quite a long time already today. So if you just go to the next slide, please. I feel like Chris Whitty. So as we know, as we've seen this image many times before, this is the existing buildings on site. If we just go to the next slide, please. We've then done a 3D model of the site, and as you can see, there are lots of modern buildings built, in the last 100 years or so, which are attached to the original listed building. They're in very close proximity to the listed building, and currently, those buildings really crowd the main asset on site and really do impact on its significance. So what we're looking to do, if you go to the next slide please, is demolish a large number of those modern buildings, and say those buildings that are attached and those that are also unattached, built more recently. We're demolishing all of those, and if you go to the next slide please, again we'll see that in the model. So a real benefit of this scheme is the ability to take away those modern additions that NHS have delivered over the years that really do currently harm the significance. If you go into the next slide, we've then shown in yellow on this plan that where we're positioning the new homes, we've really tried to put them to the perimeter of the site, move them as far away from the buildings as possible to really celebrate the airing courts, to really celebrate the building, to really improve that significance. And on the next slide is a model which again just helps to show that. And design is clearly a very subjective matter, and we did have pitch roofs previously. We've now gone for flat roofs, and one of the real benefits of that is it really just makes the main hospital building sing, and it really makes that asset the most significant thing on site. So we haven't got pitch roofs blocking views of the building, or even the tallest properties, which are sort of 2.5 stories tall, because they're flat roofs, they're still well below the eaves height of the main hospital building. And as I said, we tried to really push them away from the building as possible. If you just go to the next slide, please. So this is where I wanted to really touch upon the open space figures, because I think it is worth really making sure members fully understand exactly what's going on in terms of open space on site, because it is such a big issue. So in terms of existing hardscape and built form, which is shown on the left, that is currently 49% of the site. So currently on site, 49% of it is either tarmac, existing buildings, areas of hard standing. On the next slide is our proposed hard standing and built form, which is only 39%. So already, through our scheme, we can reduce the amount of hardscape and built form on site by 10%, which is roughly about 2.5 acres. If you go to the next slide, please, this is where we're then looking at existing open green space on site. Now, as we know, clearly it's a privately owned site by the NHS, and technically, in technical terms, none of the site is publicly accessible, but for the interests of this exercise, we're deeming it existing open green space. And if you look at all areas which are above 50 square metres, currently 39.3% of that site is green space, mainly in the form of turfed areas. On the slide on the right, that shows our proposed open green space, again looking at areas over 50 square metres, and that is 40.7% of the site. So just an increase of 1%, roughly, about half an acre of the site will be green open space for public use in perpetuity. If we look at the final slide, just to clarify, what this doesn't include is gardens. So if we actually were to include private gardens, which I've shown on the next slide, then actually the green space on site is roughly 56.6% of the site is green. So a real huge increase in terms of the amount of green space that's going to be on the site. And it's worth mentioning that for the first time ever, it will have a fully funded management plan in place, which will be paid for by the residents by way of an estate charge, and that ensures that the high quality landscaping that we put in can remain in perpetuity and remain of high quality. So the next slide shows the landscape plan, which Mark's already discussed, so I won't dwell on that in detail, but one thing that really came out of the community consultation event was that people did not want to see rat running through this site, but that's something that could have achieved if we'd have got the layout wrong. So here, you can't really see it on the screen sadly, but on the left, where we've got the blue dots, that is the vehicular route through the site, which is roughly about a 900 metre drive through the site. Whereas the purple line is the dedicated cycle and pedestrian route that we're providing through the site, which goes to the right through the airing courts. The majority of that route is away from the car, much more attractive route, and that's roughly about 500 metres. So we've tried to make the vehicular journey through the site as discourage that, to make it as unattractive as possible, whereas the cycling and pedestrian route through the site, we want to make that as attractive as possible. So I did also have on these slides the 3 visuals, but Mark's already discussed those, so I won't go into those in any further detail. So in conclusion on the open space matter, as I've said, it will be appropriately managed with funds in place from new residents by way of an estate charge, unlike the current arrangements, and it will remain open for public use in perpetuity, as secured by the Section 106 agreement, which is the best way to control these sorts of issues in perpetuity. So put simply, there will be more open space provided on site, and it will be of much higher quality. So another point I wanted to raise, which hasn't really been touched upon today, but is an important one, is that of social value, because there are a lot of social value benefits of a proposal such as this, and the wider social value to the city of a long-term project such as St James's should not be underestimated. Our sites are ranged across the UK, and at every location we endeavour to leave not just a lasting built legacy, but an ongoing long-term financial and employment benefit through commissioning local contractors, working with local businesses and suppliers, and engaging with local schools and organisations in a variety of ways. We are aware that every small decision made during the build process can make a big local impact. We will commit to placing contracts with local firms, to directly employing local staff where appropriate, and working with the City of Portsmouth College to create apprenticeships. This will be done at scale. So, for example, at a current site we're working on in the Cotswolds, we have placed contracts worth over £8 million to 20 local firms and are providing 80 to 100 workers on site each week. This gives long-term certainty that for jobs and a direct benefit to the local economy. While the majority of our material suppliers are national companies, they will be delivered through local branches, and we have a track record of using smaller merchants wherever possible. At previous developments, we have created history books, organised art exhibitions, funded festivals, arranged tours and donated to local schools to help ensure the community is engaged and included in the process. We do not have a corporate approach or shareholders to please, and for us, every new project is an opportunity to deliver the very best for local, neighbourhood and wider area at every level. So to summarise, NHS Property Services has been working with the Council for many years to secure a suitable and viable future for the St James's Hospital complex, long before PG Liberty's involvement in the site. After a rigorous marketing exercise, we were very fortunate to be selected as their preferred developer. 2 years and a global pandemic later, we are now at a point where officers feel confident that they can recommend approval for this scheme. This has been a long and thorough process where officers and stakeholders have set an incredibly high hurdle for us as applicants to overcome. In particular, Sorwick England and the Local Highways Authority have both worked very closely with us and officers to improve the scheme, together with a rigorous design review panel, and we thank them for their involvement, which has resulted in the superior scheme that is being considered today. This rigorous assessment is entirely appropriate when considering development on a site as special as this, and the scheme before you today is a complete one-off that meets the very high standards set by officers, consultees and stakeholders. This development is unique, and members can be confident that in granting an approval today will result in a development that they can be proud of when complete. There are no other sites in Portsmouth like this special one, which is reflected in the national and local significance placed upon the hospital complex. This development poses a genuine, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to restore and maintain the historic and special interests of the buildings and their grounds in perpetuity, and we hope it has your full support. Now, there's just a couple of things that councillors and deputies have raised I just want to touch upon as we've got the time. So obviously, as we know, we are committed to marketing the chapel for a period of 12 months to find a community use, which is something that we're really excited by, and we've done that successfully on other schemes. So we welcome the work that we've done with the local group to try and secure that. Turning to the comments made by the leader of the council, it was quite disappointing in his view to hear that the traffic scheme that we are spending £850,000 to deliver won't work in his views. That is a scheme that was drawn up by the council's own consultants, and we've taken that scheme on board and are saying yes, we will do this scheme. It was done to help the local plan process. So this is not a scheme that we've come up with out of the blue. This is the council's own scheme that we've said yes, we will implement this. And in terms of the funding, in terms of the cost of that £850,000 and the issue of Homes England involvement, we will have to foot the bill for that if we were to get planning consent, and we would have to pay that entire £850,000 and deliver that entire traffic calming scheme. If and when Homes England does maybe get granted permission eventually, then there is a mechanism by which then we would be able to claim some of the money back directly from them. If it doesn't ever get permission, then the only people who lose out in there is us, is PJ Liverpool, because we will have paid the full £850,000 and do not get any money back from Homes England. The residents, members can be confident though that the scheme will be delivered and the highways improvement works will be done. So that it's a total, it's a success story as far as members can be concerned. In terms of the comments from Councillor Pitt regarding the viability report and the assessment of that by the council's independent consultant, he is correct that house prices have gone up, and I think in Portsmouth they've gone up 6% according to Zoopla. I'm not going to argue with that, but what I can say as a property developer that in those 12 months construction costs have gone up by at least 12%. So re-looking at that viability, I can pretty much guarantee all it will say is the scheme is now less viable than it was 12 months ago. Furthermore, that scheme also assumed a zero nitrates mitigation budget. We've now heard from Ian Maguire today that we are going to have to pay a full nitrate mitigation budget. So that £3 million we're spending is going to increase quite substantially when we're then also paying for a full nitrates mitigation. So the ability to provide affordable housing is even further reduced, unfortunately. I think we've touched upon lots of other issues, and we've really have touched upon the trees quite a lot today, and the trees are very important. But just to clarify, the one category A tree that's being felled, that is a group, so it's a category A group, and it's just being part felled. So there's one tree within that group, category A group, that has to be felled, and that is to facilitate the road next to the chapel, so we can get emergency vehicles around the site and to put out a fire in a certain property to the east of the site. Without removing that tree, there wouldn't be sufficient room for those emergency vehicles, or maybe even the bin wagon to get round there. In terms of bat mitigation, that's been mentioned as well. Some of the trees have bat potential. If we're taking out a tree that has bat potential, it have to be fully assessed by an ecologist before it's taken out, and we have got a full mitigation strategy in place to provide bat boxes within the scheme, regardless of whether they find any bats within those trees or not. So I think I'll pass over to Howard now, who's here from Montague Evans on behalf of NHS Property Services. But I just wanted to say to members today that thank you very much for your time and for the extra time you've given us today to present the scheme. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Committee, for giving me this opportunity to speak today in relation to the two planning applications that are sat before you for St James's Hospital. I'm here representing NHS Property Services, who are the current freehold owner of the St James Hospital site and joint applicant to the applications. By way of a brief plotted history, St James Hospital was declared surplus to health services by Portsmouth Clinical Commissioning Group in 2014. The investment case that underpinned that decision was predicated on the fundamental principle that maintaining and running surplus, outdated, underutilised buildings was an unnecessary financial drain on the local healthcare economy. Following that decision, a £20 million investment has been made both at St Mary's Community Health Campus, but also on the eastern half of the St James Hospital site, with the construction of the Orchards and the Limes, both mental health facilities, one being a dementia unit and one a medium secure unit. The Grade 2 listed buildings at St James were built in very different times when the model of care was to keep people in an institutional environment, sometimes for the rest of their lives. Today, that model is to treat people in a community setting wherever possible, because this can aid recovery and improve patient outcomes. The consequence is that large institutional environments such as this are no longer needed. I think it is really important for us to emphasise that the redundancy of these buildings is not a function of reduced investment in services, but has resulted in a concerted effort to transform services with the sole aim of improving patient outcomes. The redundancy of these buildings mean they are now mostly vacant and in use as administration space. The NHS are now maintaining these buildings and treading water, awaiting the determination of these planning applications. The NHS has unfortunately had to pay out for incidents of theft and vandalism, and there are other holding costs such as business rates and utilities. I think it's well documented now that the cost of energy is skyrocketing, and to heat and power buildings such as this are phenomenal. To give you an example, NHSPS's holding costs last year were £1.6 million. What does that mean? To put that figure into context, that would fund 64 qualified nurses, 188 hip replacements and 40 heart transplants. We therefore need to be released from this liability and be able to pass the ownership of this building across to the developer. In terms of finding this suitable purchaser, Historic England provided us with guidance on the disposal of this asset. One of the key points of that advice was to ensure that the future owner had the resources to maintain this listed building and to protect its long-term future. This is a complex site, and a bidder's track record was a crucial part in the decision-making of this process. All of the bids that were received for this site for St James's were all residential, with the exception of the Forest Lodge site, which were for care homes. I'd like to call to order that the comment made by Gerald Vernon Jackson earlier on, where he talked about a viable bid had been presented to this site. I can only surmise that that must be the bid that he was behind on behalf of the council, and I have to say, being the lead on assessing that bid was unviable, and the council's own appraisals demonstrated the site was worth minus £7 million. So I wanted to correct that. I also wanted to correct the fact that the appraisals state that the land has been sold for £3.5 million. The land has not been sold yet. The land is sold subject to planning and the determination of these applications. No money has been transferred between PJ Lissy or NHS Property Services to date. The selection of PJ Lissy was based on their track record to sensitively renovate and refurbish these Grade 2 listed buildings. Every scheme that they have designed is from scratch. There is no standard house types or solutions. This is a rare business model amongst house builders who are often held back by their own pre-designed product. We therefore believe that they're a very good choice to sensitively deliver the long-term future of St James. Over the years, we've witnessed how PJ Lissy have worked with the Council and Historic England and other consultees in terms of adapting their scheme and listening to feedback. I believe they've engendered trust with those consultees, and I'm pleased to see that many have, particularly like Historic England, have no objection to this application. Whilst we acknowledge there has been criticism today of the design, for example, of the new build houses, it is important to note that PJ Lissy has decreased the overall density of these houses and taken away a lot of the new build accommodation to the front of the site and the southern elevation, which is the most important of these listed buildings. They've placed new build housing on the western and northern side at the back of the site. The removal of pitched roofs is to enhance the setting of listed buildings so that they do not dominate the landscape, and therefore they are subservient to the listed building. I think we should also point out, because of the flat roofs, they are able to place PV panels on top of those houses, and therefore it is estimated that these houses will deliver 33.81% less carbon than is required from the current Part L of the building regulations. These buildings will therefore include solar panels and energy efficient measures well beyond your policy requirements. There will also be electric vehicle charging points for both listed building and new build accommodation. A point that probably has been slightly overlooked is that the current building has had very little investment in terms of its sustainability over the years, in terms of insulation, double glazing and so on. The conversion of these listed buildings will be able to drastically enhance that with sustainability measures and by creating warm, energy efficient homes. In terms of other objections, trees have been pointed out. We've been told that there will be a loss of 57 Category B and Category C trees felled as part of this application. On the other side of that argument, 88 trees will remain and an additional 129 new trees will be planted, which will deliver a 51% increase in the trees on site. In addition to this, there's kilometres worth of hedgerow, 2.25 hectares of grassland and 1.55 hectares of wildflower meadows. To underpin all of this, a management company will be set up to maintain these grounds for the future. Something that NHS budgets could not prioritise when the focus was on clinical needs and keeping the structure at St James Hospital safe and the boilers running. The community benefits, therefore, are 1.82 million of Milton Common Local Nature Reserve Restoration and Management Framework, Highways Mitigation of 850,000, SPA Recreation Mitigation of 122,446, monitoring costs of £260, which is just in the region of 2.8 million. On top of that, there will be the nitrate credits as well that will push this in excess of £3 million. Additional community benefit is linked to the cricket club. There will now be offered a 99-year lease at a yearly rent of £1 to the cricket club. This will provide the long-term future for the club, enabling the management to leverage off this lease to secure funding from the English Cricket Board to refurbish its pavilion. PGL are providing new netting for the pitch. They're providing a dedicated entrance that will run past West Lodge along the western boundary and provide 26 dedicated car parking spaces, something the club does not have. The mature parkland, the public open space that has been referenced, will be enhanced and increased. We therefore believe that these proposals are an appropriate use of land and of the listed buildings and the settings, underpinned by robust technical data. In terms of the affordable housing provision, we are aware that planning decisions are looked at by looking at the development plan as a whole. On most large schemes, policies may not all be wholly addressed, or parts of the scheme can give rise to tensions between different policies. This is where your judgment committee, as decision makers, is brought to bear. You will need to decide on the overall balance of considerations of what is positive and negative. This site is a classic example of that, whereby you have a large heritage asset, the need to deliver new homes and linked to our allocation for housing, requirements for highway infrastructure, requirements for affordable housing, community benefits, Section 106 requirements and Section 278 requirements. It is not an easy balance to make, but the planning system is here to work with you, with statutory and local consultees, to help strike that right balance. That balance that is presented today has been focused on the preservation of this historic asset and the protection of those listed buildings and their setting. It is linked to highway mitigation. It's linked to providing public open space, which locals have been crying out to have. It is also linked to the SPA and Milton Common mitigation and financial sum linked to that. In terms of that viability assessment, I think we should all remind ourselves that with a listed building, there are two forms of costs that are in this appraisal. The cost to repair the building structure and fabric, and then the cost on top of that to convert and reconfigure these into new homes. The developer can only sell one of those homes, so two costs and one revenue outcome. The developer is entitled to make a profit. The BNP Paribas assessment that has been carried out on behalf and independently for the council has underpinned that the level of profit is appropriate and in accordance with guidance. We recognise that house prices have increased, but so has build costs. Viability assessments are not simple calculations of adding numbers up. They're underpinned by complex cash flows where the time and cost of money needs to be reflected. So increases in house prices does not necessarily translate into the direct increase on the overall amount that could be viable on this scheme. The viability assessment, we would reckon, would have worsened through the rampant build cost inflation, loss of labour through Brexit, and impact on supply chains and raw materials and the cost of those. I was informed only yesterday by Barratt Homes that they had believed that the cost of steel had increased in the past 4 weeks by 2%. On major schemes like this is impactful. The assessment also has disregarded and does not include an additional £2.2 million that NHS Property Services will have to pay to decouple the services and utilities to separate the residential part of this site and the healthcare provision, which is owned by Solent Healthcare on the eastern side. So in conclusion, PJ Livesey offers a long-term future to protect this heritage asset. PJ Livesey have a remarkable track record to sensitively convert these heritage buildings. Their scheme reflects market demand. In fact, the scheme overreaches in terms of the provision of family housing. PJ Livesey has engaged with statutory and local consultees. We have just over £2.8 million of Section 106 contributions and Section 278 linked to highways improvements of the highway network. We have public open space that has been increased, 129 new trees, so that 51% improvement, better access and permeability for locals, and therefore you have the provision of 203 new homes on a brownfield site that is allocated for housing. The scheme therefore accords with the development plan as a whole and does represent sustainable development within the meaning of the MPPF. It will deliver much needed homes for the City of Portsmouth in a high quality environment, also enabling the NHS to be released from its current financial liability and concentrate its scarce resources on managing and improving their active healthcare estate. I trust the committee will see that there is a positive balance to this scheme and will vote in favour of granting planning permission and listed building consent. Thank you for your time.
Much obliged to you, Howard, for a very good deputation there. So members, we've got to go now to the council. In my estimation, there can be about 25 minutes. Do you want to get through those? No. Do you want to hear those deputations first of all before you have a break, because we're going a little while, or does anybody need to go and have a break now? Okay, there's a couple of us, so if the committee is in agreement, we'll have a 10-minute break now and then resume back here at, say, just after 1:20. Okay? So is the live stream going to go off now? Okay then, everybody, can we resume our seats? So members, I've done a little bit of maths, looked at the rest of the agenda today, together with how long this will take, and I estimate that, just in case you want to warn anybody at home, we're going to be away from here between 7 and 8 o'clock this evening. So for some of us that might be a bit too much, but that's my estimate on the grounds that each item takes between 30 and 40 minutes to get through, and we've got probably at least an hour and a half of this to go after the 5 deputations. So I just wanted to give you that warning in case you've got anything going on at home that needs to be sorted. Okay, so now we're going to resume. Are we live on? We're on live stream again. So we're going to start with the deputations. I mean, who would like to go first? There's 4 of you.
Chair, with your permission, could we go Councillor Smith, followed by Councillor Sanders?
Sorry, I haven't got my thing on.
That's okay.
Sorry, Ben. Sorry, go on, Ben.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, could we have Councillor Smith, followed by Councillor Sanders, followed by Councillor Barrett, followed by myself?
Okay. Sounds like a mixed relay at the Olympics, but there we are. Okay, so Councillor Smith, if you'd like to start. Okay. Councillor Smith, thank you, Jeanette.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Feels like a marathon more than a sprint. This is a deputation on behalf of Joanne Harden and Viola Langley and myself. So Joanne and Viola are 2 residents in Batten's ward, both of whom have already submitted written objections separately opposing the scheme, have asked that I read out the following. It is not clear that the conversion application can be determined in isolation of the wider development because the applicants are reported on collectively. It must be determined together, as planning probably know, there's 2 phases to this planning of this site. So it must be determined together as mutually interdependent applications. Then both Joe Hardin and Viola Langley and myself strongly oppose the application on the grounds of intensification of land use in a heavily built up area suffering with persistent and chronic traffic congestion to the detriment of public health and damage to the natural environment. However, if the application can be considered solely for the conversion of the hospital as proposed into 151 apartments and 198 spaces based on the 2014 parking standards, and 1 space single bed flat and 1.5 for 2 and 3 bed flats and 2 per 4 bed flats, allowing an additional 10% visitors independently, and to the exclusion of the creation of an additional 58 houses and associated parking, it may be acceptable in principle because it would return an otherwise vacant Grade 2 listed hospital and chapel into use and occupation. That would be sad, especially in these times of a pandemic where the high ceilings and good ventilation of the Nightingale ward design restricts the transmission of infectious airborne diseases without the need to employ energy-consuming air conditioning plants. However, if a residential conversion is the only option, then so be it, because the hospital is too important to leave derelict. The retention of the Lancashire house is necessary to reduce the carbon footprint by providing a community energy hub where the steeply pitched south-facing roof could accommodate solar panels and the existing heating pipework be restored. Parking could be then kept away from the hospital main building to restore its visual amenity by greening over the hard-standing areas in the west and east airing courts and placing in the north. Clearly, the eastern airing courts of the 20th century clutter also allows the setting of the hospital to be restored to from the curtilage-listed Edwardian villas, Falcon House and Bay Trees, the chapel, the villas and the main hospital set one another mutually and beneficially. The airing courts could then be re-greened and the applicant's claims of increasing public open space would be meaningful. The TPO trees under threat of removal in the bigger scheme for 209 units will be released from felling and opportunities to plant more along the western boundary with Mells Road would be enhanced. PCS 13, greening the city, PCS 14, a healthy city, PCS 15, sustainable design, and PCS 23, design and conservation, would therefore be complied with properly. Otherwise, and to be absolutely clear, there is no justification for the bigger scheme for 209 units socially or environmentally, and it should be refused. The hospital site has already yielded 349 new houses over the last 20-odd years. The association parking, we will have added to our roads another 500 plus cars, and yet the roads have not been widened or improved over the intervening period, and meanwhile Portsmouth's car dependency has increased. It is nonsense to expect a traffic light junction at Loxway Road and Milton Road to alleviate the additional traffic from both St James's applications phase 1 and 2 cumulatively, because the junction is too close to the Milton Road Goldsmith Avenue junction. It is similarly short-sighted to expect the Morins Way Velda Avenue Eastern Road junction to be capable of accommodating the additional traffic generated by moving the stop line forward. A southbound number 13 bus will be incapable of swinging around from the Eastern Road, and it will make it even harder for cyclists and pedestrians to cross Morins Way at the Good Companion. Portsmouth is the most densely populated city in the UK and suffers the joint fourth worst traffic congestion of any town or city. Velda Avenue and parts of Milton and Eastern Roads are in AQM A9, and the air pollution levels for NO2 are barely compliant with legal limits now, and may be if they weren't adjusted downwards by 16%. AQ Annual Status Report 2020. To meet DEFRA objectives, residents live in Velda Avenue and Milton Road, and school children are kept waiting interminably to cross the junction to get to and from Milton Cross School in order to keep traffic flowing in the city, claiming to encourage walking and cycling. The applicant is relying upon compliance with Portsmouth Plan Policy MT4, but Policy MT4 was conceived upon with the context of the Portsmouth Plan 2001 to 2011, which claimed as one of its objectives to reduce car dependency and improve active travel on public transport. Traffic volumes have risen exponentially, and cycling has become even more dangerous. In 2009, according to DFT, there were 109,000 vehicle registrations, but in 2019, that had risen to 129,000. That is an increase of almost 20% when the population has risen by about 10%, from 205,000 to around 215,000. Cycling in Portsmouth is far more hazardous than other towns and cities, and even the national cycle routes 22 and 222 do not meet national cycling safety standards. The 2001 to 2011 plan also assumes a sufficiently in essential community facilities, but access to local GPs from St James's Hospital within easy walking distance is non-existent. Similar with local dentists, except that on Portsea Island it's almost impossible to secure access for new NHS patients. The applicant's change to a Lego-style house box design is appalling. We cannot understand why PCC's Conservation Officer rejected PG Livesey's original and more traditional designs. These were the ones they originally showed us during the public consultation at St James's Cricket Pavilion. These could have been acceptable, but only the assumption that they were fewer in number, and no phase 1 scheme from another 107 homes and 173 car spaces in St James's already exists, and provided the car space numbers were reduced accordingly. As it is, our faith in the random and remote design review specialists are completely and utterly destroyed. The local community has been bypassed because of out-of-touch professionals and a conservation officer who misunderstands heritage and visually amenity. It really is disgraceful that an application for new houses is made worse by a design review. PJ Livesey will have done better schemes than this, and also far more respectful of the setting of a local important and iconic Grade 2 listed building. The proposed loss of the green enclosure to the north of St James's Green is deplorable and completely at odds with PCS 13, where the Portsmouth Plan identifies it as a green space to be protected. Where the applicant claims he is improving access to public open space in the airing court, he is wrong because these need to be kept open to preserve the setting of the Grade 2 hospital building. If the pandemic has taught us anything, is that green space and the environment are essential to our health and well-being.
Could I ask you to round up, please, Councillor? Thank you very much indeed.
We cannot survive on concrete and tarmac, and Portsmouth is deprived of adequacy of green space by about 60% of national standards. This proposal does not comply with the UK's government's objectives in their 25-year Environment Plan of 2018 to restore nature and the environment. It does not comply with the national planning policy either, because it is not contributing to the enhancement of the local natural environment. Milton may have more green spaces than Landport or Fratton, but that does not mean it should lose even more. And that's from Joe, Christopher Harden, Viola and David Langley, and myself, Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Lee. I'm here in two capacities. One as a councillor for the area of Edenbridge Road, which is one of the entrances to the site, and also as the Cabinet Member for Housing and Preventing Homelessness. And I wish to start with a factual error in the report. Paragraphs 739 and 1014 say no comments were received from community housing about the amended scheme. That is wrong. Comments went in from the team on the 23rd of December last year. I know, I have the document here. It actually supports their original concerns and reinforces their original concerns and objections, including with one piece which colleagues on the committee may want to raise, which is around space standards, because it says that the two-bed, four-person space is 68 square metres as opposed to the NDSS requirement of 70 square metres. I understand in the report everything is compliant with policy, and I would be grateful if there's some clarification. But that small point reinforces a wider issue, which is the information you have today and the evidence on which committee members are actually deciding this application could frankly be from another world. And not the world now, but the world as it was several months ago and even years ago. The traffic data on which you are basing your assessment dates from June 2019. Now that is about 18 or 19 months ago. Now you wouldn't buy a car whose last MOT was 18 months ago. So why would you buy or approve a planning application whose figures are that old? And that matters because there are two entrances to this site, not one, and yet there are only improvements to one of the entrances. The entrance in the Milton electoral ward is being dealt with through a Loxway Road junction, which we all know is at capacity. And yet the Good Companions junction, which highway engineers have told everybody is at capacity, is not going to be dealt with, as if no cars are ever going to go through there ever. I respectfully suggest that there is a lack of imagination here, but I again suggest that you cannot decide to accept this application on the basis of traffic data that is 18 months old. That's my main concern with regards to being a ward councillor, and I agree entirely with what Councillor Smith has just said in other areas. I now want to come to the housing side of it and the viability side of it. And I'm incredibly grateful to colleagues and the passion that's occurred around affordable housing and the need for the money to stack up. I am, as Cabinet Member for Housing and Preventing Homes, I am fully aware of costs going up because I'm looking at schemes pretty much every day where costs are going up. I'm also aware of house prices going up as well. And as an authority, we take an assessment of whether a scheme is viable, including the increased building costs over what's called a net present value. In other words, is it viable over a 30-year period or in Somerstown a 60-year period? That is what we are looking at. And that is what, if PJ Livesey and the NHS Property Services are really serious about developing this site in what PJ Livesey describes as social value, then the social value lies in looking at the long term, not the short term, as the council would do if it is developing that site, which is my response to our comments from our NHS colleagues. And yet, we as a council know this site can be developed with policy compliant affordable housing, and indeed PJ Livesey know because the original scheme provided it, as paragraph 738 confirms, yet here we are without it. Now, the reason they say is the cost of doing up the listed hospital. Now, as has been indicated earlier on, that didn't happen at the similarly listed and similarly difficult Kingston Prison, where thanks to Councillor Stagg, Councillor Smith, myself, and working constructively with City and Country, who have a similar reputation to PJ Livesey, we were able to make, through a good deal, 2/3 of the homes affordable, including many at social rent, which is what people need. And that's what people need in this city. The social value in this development lies in providing homes people can afford. We've got too many people who are in low-paid jobs. We've got too many people who, we all know, live with mum and dad because they can't afford anywhere else. We've got private tenants who feel trapped. This site is a gorgeous opportunity to do that. And if PJ Livesey had been as constructive as city and country and vivid housing were at the Kingston Prison, we will be able to deliver that. But the reason they don't say that is down to viability. And here again, as with the traffic data, the figures are simply out of date. Again, the figures in the developer's assessment come from September 2020. The update comes from February 2021. Those are the figures that you've got. And we can all speculate about costs and we can all speculate about interest, but those are the figures that you've got. But you're not deciding this application in September 2020 or March 2021. You're deciding it in January 2022. And you, as committee members, I believe, deserve the information I would ask for from the council when it comes to looking at schemes, which is the latest information possible. And that is absolutely crucial. And based on a net present value, not just of now, not just of next year, but over a 30-year business plan, because that, or even a 60-year business plan, because that is what council colleagues have done when agreeing the redevelopment of Leamington and Horatia houses. And that is what I hope council colleagues will do today. I'm not blaming PJ Livesey. I'm not blaming the NHS. Bless them, they want to make as much money as possible. That's entirely up to them. There is another issue, though, which is you do not have, through the viability survey, accurate comparisons. Glebe Close has been mentioned earlier on. I know that the new build profit cost for Glebe Close is significantly less than the 16.67% that is in the viability statement that is for the new build for this development. Yet that comparison does not exist in those things. We need accurate figures that are up to date. Because if you do not have those accurate figures that are up to date, you cannot agree this application today. Now that gives you two choices. You could defer or you could reject. Now PJ Livesey quite understandably said, well, if we don't have this scheme now, we're going to appeal for non-determination. And that's a perfectly legitimate position to have, and I'm sure they will reinforce that today if you choose to defer. So therefore the logical step, based on the incomplete, out-of-date information on which you are relying to take a decision, is to reject this plan. Thank you.
Point of order, please, Councillor Hunt, if possible. Can we confirm that PJ Livesey have said that they're going to appeal for non-determination?
I didn't hear it today.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, just to confirm, I didn't mention anything about appealing against non-determination today.
Okay.
If members were minded to defer their application for one, small issue that could easily be addressed, then we would consider that and hopefully come back very soon and have that sorted, and that would take a lot quicker to resolve than submitting an appeal, which might take 9 to 12 months.
Thank you very much, and we've clarified that. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Lee. Committee members, today I sit in front of you again in regards to another application at St James Hospital. In 2014, when the wider community became aware of this, various groups and forums came together, and we've worked really hard alongside each other to make sure voices are heard and to provide you all with valid and concise arguments to support our concerns that we have. I hope that by hearing them today, you will come to the same decision that we have, that this development is unsustainable, has some major issues, and is just unwelcome in the area. Looking back at the history of the building and the land itself, this former asylum is historically and architecturally important to the city. George Rakin put his Gothic revival style onto the design for the main hospital in 1879, and Albert Cogswell added to this in 1908 by designing the 4 villas. It was originally owned by Portsmouth Town Council and played vital parts in both the First and Second World Wars, and after the Second World War and with the creation of the National Health Service, the site was gifted by this council and the residents to the NHS. What happens after this is probably why there is a bone of contention with residents across the area and the city. The site was involved in land swaps across the NHS and ended up in the hands of NHS Property Services, found subject to requirement and earmarked for disposal. Although this is of course in the NHS Property Services right as landowner, local people do feel that it is so unjust that this gift that was passed on by residents and the council is now being sold on when we are in desperate need of mental health facilities in this city and this country. Looking at the issues we're facing as a city when it comes to climate change, preserving our green spaces and encouraging biodiversity, I refer you all to PCS 13, A Green in Portsmouth. Sets out the way in which green infrastructure should be protected and enhanced through collaboration with developers. It suggests refusing planning permission for proposals which would result in the net loss of existing areas of open space. This is happening here with the loss of the continuation of the Western East Green corridors, as well as the area to the north of St James Green. There was opposition during consultation with the developers between the various forums, and I hope that if the application was accepted today, this area would have been kept as green open space or an opportunity to expand St James Green to further enhance the area. This is mentioned on page 34, section 10.43 in your report, and acknowledges that this is protected open space and is identified in both the current and emerging Portsmouth plan, as well as a draft Milton neighbourhood plan, confirms that open green space and trees will be lost to private gardens, and means that this development is therefore not in line with this policy. Also, in regards to policy MT4, there is one statement which also adds a huge reason to decline this application. It states that the retention and reuse of the main hospital building will be permitted providing that the surrounding highway network can satisfactorily accommodate the additional traffic generation. Anyone who lives or passes through Milton knows that the junctions at Velder Avenue, the Good Companion, Milton Road, Priory Crescent, Goldsmith Avenue and Loxway Road can be gridlocked. Janice today provided evidence about the traffic assessment we did in 2014, which proved that junctions in the area were already above or at capacity. Since then, I think we can all acknowledge that car ownership in the city has gone up, and there have been further developments in the city and the surrounding areas. Car movements also, I've been told, on the Eastern Road, but also much higher after lockdown compared to pre-COVID times. Additionally, the proposed change at the junction of Loxway Road and Milton Road will not help traffic movements, especially being so close to another set of traffic lights. We've already seen accidents happen in this area, one which resulted in absolutely appalling life-changing injuries, and the other seeing a car overturned and a resident trapped in that car. In the comments section of the Design South East panel, section 1.2 states that showing the proposal in relation to the development of the NHS and Homes England site to the east would demonstrate the wider changes to this part of Portsmouth. There is no indication at the present time of the relationship with the Homes England site. It would be a missed opportunity if these two sites are not considered holistically, particularly as they are actually linked historically. This is why this is particularly disappointing that both applications have not been decided at the same time today. I think it's vitally important to also mention that it is to the detriment of residents of this city that there is no affordable homes. Time and time again we've sat in this committee trying to make sure that we have the 30% legal requirement or even some sort of affordable housing, but once again we face another developer pleading poverty, that they pay too much for the land and can no longer afford to provide their requirement. Yet they will still walk away from this development and from this city with tens of millions of pounds worth of profit, yet our residents are the ones who will suffer with the lack of these much-needed homes. To also add its salt to the wound, it seems that they are also not willing to pay SIL to Milton residents. Therefore, there will be no financial contribution to the people of Milton. For local residents, it seems to be all pain but no gain. We've always made it our mission to make sure that people should get their say and should have the chance to be listened to. In front of you all today, you have 3 Milton councillors, 2 councillors from Baffins, and you've had the heads of all 4 local forums for the area. We are all in absolute unity on this, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with each other on this as well. We have an absolutely amazing, strong voice across the Milton community, and I want to put on record how proud I personally am of the community who've been fighting against this and to be heard for the last 7 to 8 years. They haven't backed down. They've carried on making sure that they get their points across. The points we are putting forward to you all today are not fickle or ill thought out. They are all robust, with evidence to back them up and line up with the Portsmouth Plan's policies, the emerging Milton Neighbourhood Plan and the NPPF. We We have identified the development is not sustainable or compliant alongside a number of the Council's own policies, and we hope that you hear the issues and concerns that we all have and decide to refuse this application today, or at least defer it until you have more time to look over some of the evidence that has been provided to you today, which has come so late and it's a lot of information to take in. If you do decide to defer rather than decline the application, at least that would give you guys and the public and the councillors and the forums a chance to view this information, make informed decisions and digest it all. And it also gives time for various reports, as mentioned by Councillor Sanders, that to be updated with current up-to-date information so you can make an informed decision today. We want to see that site at St James, and particularly the hospital, we don't want to see it fall into disrepair. We understand that something needs to be done, but we just want to make sure that you have the correct information to make an informed choice today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bang on 6 minutes. Councillor Dowling.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for everyone waiting in such anticipation for my 6 minutes. I'll do my best. I've got my own timer just in case. So, Chair, I've been on the council for almost 8 years, and the fighting over development in Milton has been a fairly significant part and narrative of those 8 years on the council. But I equally try to be the fair and relatively reasonable person, often the only relatively reasonable person in the room. And so I would start by saying there are a number of really good things about this application. I think the agreement on the chapel and enabling the community to bid for it over the next year is really positive, and I thank the developer for that. The mitigation money towards Milton Common, very positive. Removal of some of the housing, particularly to the south elevation, was positive following the design review, and we thank you for that. I think the overall conversion of the main hospital building is actually a good conversion and good use of a listed building. Treatment towards the cricket club has been very positive, and it's an important community asset. Demolition of generally crap newer buildings is also welcomed, and the cycle route north-south or south-north, when you look at it, is again very much welcome. Those are all things that I feel very positive about, and I think to bring some balance to what I say. That said, inevitably you won't be surprised to know that there are some other less positive things that I have to say. I'll start, most of these things are material planning considerations. Some of them, I'll be honest, are just there to help the narrative, and I'm sure you can discern the difference between the two. We sit here as democratically elected members, and I particularly sit here today as a ward member, and so democracy and the impacts that local people have and the voice that local people have clearly should matter, at least to some extent. We've got a petition in front of us with over 1,000 signatures, hundreds and hundreds of comments, more comments than I've ever seen on any planning application to this city. A constant drip feed of documents over the last 2 years. We had some early engagement from the developer, which was welcomed, and that was quite positive, but since then we've had less engagement, and then we also had a design review which we were invited to listen in on but not actually actively participate in, which has led to some of the design changes that ultimately the community has made quite clear today that they're generally not in favour of. So I think there is a key democracy question here. How much do we listen to local people? What is the impact of local people on decision making in this city? I think most people know I have a history degree. I've mentioned it a number of times. Nobody ever seems to care about what degree I have, so I try to mention it occasionally. And so the impact of a historic civic building does matter to me, and it does matter to lots of local people. And as I say, I think the conversion of the main building is positive. But there are lots of other elements of this historic civic building and its setting which do need to be considered. The impact on the setting of the two listed buildings, particularly the chapel, come to mind, and there are some locations where housing I feel still impact negatively on the setting of those listed buildings, and that really does matter. And if we look at the history, Councillor Barrett's already mentioned, this was once owned by the council, and there's something ironic about us debating about somebody else developing on a piece of land which we gave away for the national interest, even though we now think the national interest clearly would be for the council to have ownership of the land. So there's something ironic about that. Not to mention the bandstand, which was mentioned by one of the previous deputies. We've heard about the loss of 57 trees. We can play the statistics game all day long, but ultimately 57 old trees is not the same as a bunch of new trees. We can debate that value. I'm sure you probably will in the next couple of hours. But for me, that's not okay. We give these trees tree protection orders. That's protection generally doesn't equal knocking down. If I'm protected in law, I hope that doesn't involve me being knocked down. And so, you know, how do we use these words? I'm going to skip forward because I'm conscious of my time. Affordable housing, I think we've covered in quite a bit of detail now, but suffice to say, yes, developers need to make money. I over the years when I've engaged with Richard, I think he's a nice bloke and probably quite good at his job, and he probably deserves to be paid well as well. But ultimately, developers need to make money, yes, but do they need to make quite as many millions as perhaps they are on this scheme? And former Councillor Pitt has mentioned, Mr. Pitt has mentioned a number of the flaws in the viability assessment as we see it already. Mr. Locke talked extensively about wildlife habitats, mentioning bats and woodpeckers, but those are just two examples. There are so many unique wildlife habitats on that site, and we have to be considerate of that. We've got the Milton Neighbourhood Plan. We heard from the chair of the Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum. We've got an emerging neighbourhood plan. It is a planning document. It's emerging. It can be considered and given weight in your deliberations, and it's worth considering that. And there are elements of this scheme which do not fulfil policies within the Milton Neighbourhood Plan. We've got housing without infrastructure. That's a debate we have often. Green open space. We've heard lots of definitions of how we perceive green open space. So, Chair, this is my definition. If when I was 10 years old I could walk around on it and it was green, it's green open space, as far as I'm concerned. And on that definition, there is a loss of green open space. Now, I know that's not the planning definition. I know that's not how we formed this lovely sketches we saw earlier from the applicant, but as a local person growing up in Milton, that's how I define local space, and there is a net loss of green open space from that perspective. We've heard about the traffic impacts. We even had the community doing their own traffic assessments because we didn't believe in the robustness of some of the councils and applicants' processes. I think that speaks for itself. Air quality, air pollution, we've talked extensively about. It's right next to an air quality management area as well. Finally, I just want to address our colleagues from the NHS Property Services. Obviously, I have great sympathy with the NHS and the causes of the NHS, particularly given the current pandemic. However, that's not the same as NHS Property Services and the role they play. And it's interesting hearing our colleagues talking about the cost of maintaining the site over the last couple of years, ranging into the millions. Well, Chair, if they'd have given us the site a few years ago when we asked them to, they wouldn't have incurred any of those costs and wouldn't have had to be paying PJ Livesey or any other developer any amount of money, and vice versa. So I don't buy that argument for 1 second. Ultimately, we've heard the word mitigation. I don't think I've ever heard the word mitigation as many times as I have today, and will continue for the next couple of hours, I suspect. But if the word mitigation is being used quite as much, surely the definition of mitigation is that we're ultimately compromising on things we consider important and having to work backwards from what we would like to have down to what we could potentially get, and we end up with something that ultimately the community doesn't want. And again, finally, I've said I try to be fair. For what it's worth, PJ Livesey, generally a very good developer. If I wanted a developer to work on a listed building site, PJ Livesey would be up there on the list. And hence, even if the council took ownership of the property, we may well have engaged PJ Livesey or a similar developer to look at the main building itself. But that's not where we're at. And I think PJ Livesey have done a number of really positive schemes around the country. I've had the pleasure of visiting a couple of them. However, I don't think this is one of them. And ultimately, I think if anyone's to blame for this situation, it is NHS Property Services, because they had the opportunity to have a really positive outcome where they engaged with the local authority, and that did not happen, and so we ended up with a tender process that was biased against us. So I've given you 19 reasons, of which I think 16 of them are material planning considerations. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm aware I did overrun by a good 3 minutes, so I appreciate that.
No, not according to the clock up there, you haven't. 13:52 to 13:58. All right, okay. You have finished bang on time again. Okay, so we have finished the deputation members. There's an awful lot of queries raised by by the deputies that I'm sure the officers will want to address before we really get into questions. I guess you guys have been making notes on your screens as you went along. So I put asterisks by some of them that, so for instance, to start us off, I mean, something was curious throughout was the the issue of the Baffins ward side of the site and the junctions there at Eastern Road with, what's the name of the road again? Moorings?
It's the junction known as the Good Companions junction,
Good
Lee.
Companions. Perhaps you could address that one just to warm you up.
Chair, before that's responded to, I just want to apologise. Thank you for everyone's time. I do need to disappear to my day job, but I will try to listen with one ear via the live stream.
Members, to pretty much give you everything we can on the highway implications. We've been absolutely clear with members, and I would wish to be very, very clear with members. The data underpinning the highway appraisal we are satisfied is robust. What the historic dates associated with a number of the documents in there is because of the need to properly benchmark against the lawful past use of the site. As we all know, the last couple of years are not a good example of, if you will, business as usual. So consequently, the 2019 figures that underpin a lot of the highway appraisal works are the correct and robust figures as agreed by your planning and highways authority. So to suggest they're out of date is just to fundamentally misunderstand how traffic modelling needs to be done for these cases. On that basis, the figures we are confident are robust. The Highway Authority have looked through that in great detail and have identified there are only two junctions that need improvement. The two that you were shown in the presentation with indicative solutions and that will be tied into a 278 agreement to provide those improvements to maintain the appropriate level of traffic mitigation. Without those junction improvements, you have an unacceptable impact on traffic, and planning permission should be improved, but as those junctions can be improved, which is what those indicative drawings are shown in, your highway experts are advising you that those junction improvements will work and will do the job you need to do there. I'm not a highway expert. Your highway experts are those that you pay to give that advice. That's all I can really tell you, as indeed all anyone can tell you, that the people that are expert in this technical field advising you that's what needs to happen to maintain the existing quality of road congestion and movement. We know there's congestion in the border area. What we're looking for is to get to that point which doesn't make a materially adverse impact, and as part of that we need to look at what would happen if the hospital site wasn't redeveloped in this way and went to a different usage, and using those 2019 figures is considered the best available evidence, and will be, whether you look at this application now in 2019, in 2030, it is still the best available evidence until a new development is approved for it. So that's really the be-all and end-all for the highways advice. It does require improvement, but to the two junctions specifically listed, not to the Moorings Way one. There isn't a proposal to move that. That's I think a confusion arising from the fact that that was a junction reviewed as part of the local plan model, part of the broader growth across the whole city, of course, which did look at that as a junction for engagement and improvement, but it's not required for the cumulative impact associated in this case. So there are no changes to the Moorings Way stop line, as has been suggested as part of this scheme. It is only the two junctions shown on those drawings, the Loxway Road, Milton Road, and the Milton Road, Goldsmith Avenue junctions, which require upgrading and alteration in the way that has been indicated. They will be finalised in discussions between the applicant and the local highway authority to make it satisfactory. And obviously, as that is a technical assessment, we would not be advising members an alternative opinion that you simply think they won't work will be particularly likely to be successful on appeal.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maguire, for reviewing the traffic arrangements from earlier. So it sounds to me that if we're going to do this, it's going to be by way of questions. So we're going to go into questions now. So I'm going to start off with a couple from me. What about this argument we've been hearing today between the loss of open space or green open space? Some of the applicant says there's going to be more, and other people are saying less. How has that come about, Ms. Maguire?
Well, I may have to call Mr. Wadsworth in for obviously the technical numbers associated with a lot of these things, but the general how has that occurred point. It's very understandable in a way, because Councillor Dowling referenced it in his presentation. Obviously, how people perceive space, and because this was NHS space, I would not be surprised if people did recreate through the space, on the space, and felt some affinity to it as public open space. Of course it wasn't, it was private land belonging to the NHS, which is a public body, but is of course controlled on that basis, and indeed could be fenced off tomorrow for operational or other reasons, and all access to the site denied. So we have a deep comparison between the qualitative benefit of providing the space shown on the submitted drawings, and the applicant's presentation probably gave it a little bit more life than the drawing we put up, as permanent public open space with public rights of access, versus the current circumstance where there are just generally some open spaces. We also have the difficult challenge for people to perceive what demolition and alteration and re-landscaping will achieve. There's substantive buildings removed and around the east, west and south side, the front of the building, and that's where a lot of the new space will be created, landscaped and dedicated as public open space. The net outcomes for that, say, are positive. So you are better off in terms of public open space, and indeed when you factor in hard standing, etc., you're just better off for open space versus built form on that basis. But there are individual specific things that people will understand we have quite obvious concerns in. The 3 houses in the land, which is in a dedicated space within the current 2012 local plan, is an obvious negative of the scheme. It would be better to not have 3 houses in that piece of land, and that piece of land could make a further contribution to public open space. But because not even withstanding that, there is a net benefit, that is not a reason that officers are satisfied we should be recommending refusal for you. The relevant local plan policy does talk to net open space and does talk to wider public benefit as being key considerations. Policy isn't a matter of tick boxing, it's a matter of interpretation and applying judgment. Overall, this site, developed in the way that PJ Livesey put forward, provides for a significant enhancement in terms of qualitative and indeed a minor enhancement in terms of quantitative open space and public open space to the benefit of the community, and consequently, while it's moved around a little bit, and that will have obviously imperceptible impacts on different bits of this open space that people may or may not have used with or without the authority of the landowner, we are satisfied that the net benefit is undeniably there. But obviously people perceive these spaces, and Councillor Dowling, as I say, gave a really good example. He felt if he was recreating on it as a child, that was the definition. Obviously someone that's 30 years older would therefore have a different definition, and you therefore always have, and someone that's 4 or 5 now would have a different definition again. You always have that challenge there, for it's that objective assessment of actually, when we look at the comparison of green spaces, built form buildings and the rights of public access, that give us those overall judgments. And when we look at that as a whole, the advice officers give you that actually the open space and public access to that open space is qualitatively and quantitatively enhanced through this scheme.
All right, so just supplement to that, is that even though there is a place where the designated open space is going to be lost, overall your professional opinion is that there will be equal to or more than already provided now?
Exactly so.
And then my second question was about the trees which got raised up. So we're seeing a proposal to fell 57 trees, but a plan to put back 129. What size would those trees be? Because this was mentioned by Mr. Locke, the size of the trees. Are they going to be of a good size, semi-mature, mature? Because I know we have categories of these things.
I can't remember the exact height of the trees, but the point to bear in mind is that that there is a condition propose a condition of approval which would require the approval of landscaping details.
Which page is that on, that condition? Because there's a lot of conditions.
There are a lot of conditions. Sorry, I do apologise.
It's all right. We need to find it to be certain to the answer.
But it requires the approval of detailed landscaping, including species of trees, height, etc., etc. So, yeah, if you give me a second, I'll find it.
Sorry, it's on page 54, if that's a help.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but the trouble with those paragraphs is that we still don't know whether they'll be mature, semi-mature. I know you'll hear what we want, but what will we get unless it's written down?
Yeah, so this is simply saying that specific matter, and it's the last line in condition 6 on page 54, where we require planting plans to include the schedules of the plants, species and plant sizes, and proposed plant numbers and densities will be submitted for approval. So we don't have the finalised one, and obviously members can provide commentary today on that. I mean, obviously not all 129 trees are going to go in as heavy standards. That would be profoundly impractical, and indeed would not be good arboricultural practice. But no, certainly having heard some of the comments, not by the committee but by others, about the maturity of trees, obviously all opportunity will be taken to, especially where such feature trees would make an immediate impact on the landscaping and setting of the open space and the heritage assets, to get as appropriate a maturity of tree in there as is practically possible.
Okay. Right, members, questions? Couldn't you? So Councillor Stagg got there just before Councillor Wood. So Councillor Stagg.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the trees issue, can you tell me how much lack of absorption of CO2 will be happening as a result of the removal of those 57 trees? Because bearing in mind that we are in got a climate emergency, and CO2 is a major contributor to rising temperatures, etc.
No, we can't. Obviously, over a prolonged period, you'll have more trees than you would overall, because as you put younger trees and they grow, you have a greater carbon capture as well as CO2 turnover. So it really depends over what time period you wish to discuss and how you wish to phrase that question. But no, that's not data that the Planning Authority would ever seek or is able to provide.
Well, I suppose I'm going backwards from the answer, and that is that every mature tree absorbs approximately, and this is on average obviously, but a mature tree absorbs 10 kilos of CO2 per annum. So if you've got 57 trees, mature trees going out, you're losing half a ton of CO2 being absorbed. So the trees you're putting in are going to be less mature, so you're not going to have as much CO2 being removed from the atmosphere. So in other words, you're going to have a net gain in CO2 as a result of those trees coming out.
If I may, Chair, say we don't have the data. Obviously, we can use.
Well, I did check this on various sites on the internet.
I'm not in any way suggesting that the figure you've offered is incorrect, but there's twice as many trees going in as are coming out with an unknown degree of maturity.
But it will take 20 years for them to reach the maturity.
Well, you've advised us from your own research that 10 kilograms, was it?
10 kilos per tree per year for a mature tree.
If the 129 trees go in semi-mature, all absorbing 7 kilograms,
yes, obviously the loss would be reduced year by year.
Well, that would immediately be a betterment.
But in addition, of course, you've also got somewhere between, let me just check it out, between 150 and 450 litres of water absorbed per day by a mature tree. So you're taking out trees and you're losing that amount of water that's being taken out of the soil, and that obviously can lead to flooding if you're not actually taking out. I know I've got 12 trees. I've only got a small Portsmouth garden, but I've got 12 trees in my garden, but even so the water table is very short distance below the surface. Obviously where I've got the bigger trees, the soil is much drier. So overall you're going to have a net gain in groundwater. Then add to that the fact that you're building on a lot of the land, so you've got concrete, tarmac, etc. So you're actually then increasing surface runoff, which in turn will lead, and I speak from the point of view of being a former geography and environmental studies teacher. So that concerns me that doesn't seem to be being addressed. I mean, it was initially a question, and now I've realised I've gone into making an observation.
To answer that question, then if I may, obviously there is a requirement within the scheme to manage surface water drainage, so that includes within that same landscaping condition issues of swales, etc. So there will be no increase to flooding on or off the site. It's fundamentally a requirement of the conditions imposed. The numerics underpinning that, again, without having established the maturity of the trees that go in and the comparative numbers, we cannot say today whether there is a net or increase or decrease of carbon or water capture. We'll obviously be able to look at that when we do the landscaping, but that off-site issue, that issue of water retention, we can say with 100% certainty through the consultation and design work, all surface water drainage issues will be managed on site to achieve the greenfield runoff rates.
That's good to know.
As is
Thank
required
you.
for all development. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. I have lots of questions, but I'll keep to the theme first of all, for the first part, the green side. Given that this is the social value of this and the environment here this is in a very sensitive part of the city where greening and trees are quite important to the local community. Can I ask, Ian, if you mentioned there about potentially they could lose 3 houses, i.e. a smaller scheme, and I'm trying to understand the balance between a smaller scheme and the loss of the trees. So for instance, if I was to say, well, how can they address this? And that's where I'm trying to come from. I noticed that they tried to fit, there was one area where they tried to fit 3 houses or 3 buildings in, etc., which would result in a lot of felling of trees. So is there a balance where if the thinking was that we wanted a smaller scheme to save some of those trees, that could happen? Is there an ideal scenario there?
The council is obviously obliged to consider the application as submitted in front of it. When it came in, officers were not satisfied the appropriate balance had been achieved. As members noticed, amendments have been undertaken removing a number of homes and altering those outpops. Officers are satisfied the appropriate balance between open space and built form, new trees and retained trees has been achieved in this case. If members have a different judgment, and there is a judgment to apply on that, obviously that is a reason to withhold plan permission.
And that's what I'm trying to press for, which is obviously you have had discussions then, you've looked at the overall scheme, and, you know, if I just look at the overall scheme, I can see that there are areas where more trees are going to be felled, if for not necessarily a great loss of building structure there. So like a plan C, if that makes sense to you. I'm just trying to understand the balance between the viability.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Wood. Members, we need to phrase a question that the officers can answer. So if we could just try and do questions, you know, nice, easy to understand questions that they can reply to, then we can move on then to the debate. And I'm very sorry to have interrupted you.
Come back to those when we move on to those. So it's really about the trees, but effectively...
We can attempt to provide a little bit more
Yeah,
information.
the reason is, Chair, is that they did mention about the 3 trees, so it did arise.
Yes, I think we can cover that in debate. I think I was curious about the 3 trees being lost too, and making a smaller scheme, and the applicant didn't seem to mind that, the loss of those 3 trees and the 2 houses. So, but we'll see. Questions, members? Councillor Smythe and then Councillor Norton.
Thank you. I had a lot more questions having read this report than I do now, but I do still have some pertaining to page 38. And this is the summary of the representations received. And whilst I absolutely accept the representations made by Milton councillors, there are 1 or 2 that are kind of loose ends here, and I think for the public benefit it would be useful to answer those. So, the one, for example, is no provision for cycle storage. Could you tell me whether there is provision of cycle storage in the new plans?
If I can respond to that, there are a number of cycle stores throughout the development. If you can recall on my presentation, I identified on a plan which shows the location of combined bike stores and bin stores. So they're scattered around the site. So the new build housing, they're provided with gardens, so they have space to store bikes. But throughout the scheme, there's significant quantum of bike storage.
The ballroom in the listed hospital site sliced up for flats. Is that still the case in the plans? Yes or no is sufficient, because I do think some of these are in your report.
Yes, that's correct.
The loss of the chapel for the community use, that is now being mitigated, am I correct, in the condition that's been put on about a advertisement period of 12 months for that?
Yes, that's correct.
To be clear, that'll be planning obligation rather than condition.
Yes, it's a planning obligation. Thank you. No renewable energy or electric charging points. Could you answer that one? Is that still the case in the existing plans?
The developer is proposing to meet our sustainable development through the efficiency within the building work. But they're also proposing photovoltaics on the roofs of the new build dwellings.
And what about the electric charging points?
The developer has agreed to that and is prepared to provide. We've conditioned we're proposing to condition it appropriately.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had a bit of a check against some of these things, which are where there is things in your report, but may not have been read by everybody.
If I may, just to be absolute, because it's a very fair comment, because obviously EV charging points were not shown on the proposed plans, which obviously has led quite understandably to residents to make that comment. We cover that in 10.82, where we say, the developer has confirmed they will provide 20% of the spaces with charging points, and that is a condition, obviously moves its way through into condition 25 on my page 60 for that, to ensure that has been ticked off.
Thank you. There's a point about the presence of Japanese knotweed and damage to buildings. Is that a serious concern? And I don't think that is mentioned in your report.
It's not been raised by any of the officers that have. It came up on one of the consultations, representations, but our arboriculturist has not reported that's the case.
Thank you. I think there was one more. Just 1 minute. No, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that those were answered in the report and have confirmation in the public domain.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. So the first one, I'm going to do mine in one big bulk if that's okay, so I've got 5 or 6. The first is to pick up on the points that Councillor Barrett made about the lack of seal contributions. Is that the developer's decision, or is that a policy that's down to us? They would have to pay seal, right?
So there's no developer decision associated with that. SIL is paid on net increases in floor space. Because there is substantive demolition, it is likely there will be no SIL liable for that. We'd have to go back because that SIL is because there is no choice associated with that. We will obviously double check those, but the figures I have from their SIL form is demolition of 7,156 square metres. And we believe the new build elements are about 6,960. So there's a net reduction of floor space across there, which obviously will have an impact on their SIL viability.
Great, thank you. The second is a point of clarification, really, and it's just to be clear, so the nitrates credits aren't fixed at the moment, they could move in the future, is that what you said?
So we've done an appraisal on the worst case scenario that they have to pay credits for absolutely everything. The recommendation to the committee today is to delegate the Section 106, which includes that final conclusion and the pounds figure to pay to officers. Clearly, if the applicant comes forward with provable evidence reducing that, then we would have to look at that to be reasonable and equitable. But no, the current assumption is that they will be paying their full nitrates requirements as detailed in the report. But like all things, we will not be ignoring new evidence if it comes forward.
Thank you. So, in terms of, I think I probably know the answer to this, but I think it's important to ask it, in terms of transparency for those watching, etc. Is the site featured anywhere in the local plan?
Yes, so the site's been along 2 plans ago. It was put in as an allocation and has been mentioned. It's obviously preserved in the 2012 plan and indeed forms part of the emerging plan as well, but that emerging plan is of very limited weight in light of its issue, and indeed also appears in the Milton neighbourhood plan, which is going forward for examination at the moment. Again, still relatively early stage. It's very much the 2012 plan, the preserved older plan designation, which has been the primary development plan document to assess this application.
And to confirm, the local plan, the 2012 local plan isn't ready yet, it's still up for consultation, isn't it? So 10 years down the line, we don't have a local plan right at the moment.
No, the 2012 local plan still remains your development plan. Where it is considered out of date, basically weight reduces to it and that presumption moves over to the MPPF, but there is nothing particularly out of date around the designation of this site and indeed the overall key issues, and many of the deputies have made those key issues, ensuring transport implications are properly considered, for example, still remain perfectly good guidance to judge this application. So we do feel there is a policy presumption supporting it, albeit that presumption, of course, has to go under, when we recognise the habitat regulation constraints associated across most of Portsmouth.
Okay. I have one question about legality as well, I guess. We've heard a lot about affordable housing today, and what I'm hearing is that there's no real legal reason for refusal based on, a lack of affordable housing. So how is that going to be? Is there a way that can be forged based on an opinion, and then if it goes to appeal, which is what we're hearing it likely will, do we have any figures in terms of the average cost that it costs the council when things go to appeal and therefore get put through?
Just to deal first of all with a comment, if I may say, legal is because we're not dealing with the law here, we're dealing with the application of policy and guidance. So it is not a legislative position. It's a judgment under policy. You have your local policy, and we have national policy and guidance that tells us how to interpret and deliver those policies. Utilising those policies, that tells us we should make a reduction for vacant building credit, which knocks out pretty much all of the affordable housing requirement anyway, and then whatever's left we have to give due regard to the impact of scheme viability. So it's a matter of judgment and policy in that we are satisfied through the rigorous review of those matters that has been undertaken that there is no requirement for affordable housing that can be sustained, and thus a reason for refusal on that basis wouldn't be sustainable on appeal. But that's our professional judgment. It isn't there is a piece of law that says one must or one must not. It is always an application of planning judgment in such matters.
I guess that's what I'm getting at. So refusal on grounds of no affordable housing just would fail. We wouldn't be able to make that decision.
In our opinion, yes, but it's a judgment opinion, and members must come to their own judgment based on the best available advice that we provided in the report.
Great. And costs, are we able to discuss how much it costs if things go to appeal and we...
I'd say you certainly can. I can't provide you much detail. We don't have an appraisal of that. Applicants generally provide their own costs unless the decision is unreasonable, or the decision process includes that unreasonabness. So obviously members applying their judgment to planning judgment to come to a conclusion is not an unreasonable thing. That's literally why you're here. So that in itself meant that the applicant would be bearing their costs and we'd be bearing ours. Clearly the costs will very much derive on the method of appeal. A large-scale public inquiry with a lot of expert witnesses needed to call in would have a greater cost to the public purse and the council, and indeed the applicant, than a small-scale single-issue written representation appeal. So it's quite a varied area, but clearly there is a cost associated to both the applicant to run appeals and the local planning authority to defend them.
I think what I'm trying to get at is how much is it likely to cost us, the taxpayer, if it goes to appeal. But I guess that's a comment, more than a question, really, so I appreciate that. And last one from me then, please. On slide 17, you spoke about flat roofs, and in fact, throughout the whole of the debates that we've had, or the deputations that we've had, and the questions and presentations, we spoke about the applicant being adaptable and listening throughout. So how confident are you that, if this were to go through today, the applicants would continue to, work with and adapt and be very supportive?
We have a good working relationship now, so we've been working very closely with them, and over recent months we feel we've made progress on certain issues. Clarification on the management of open spaces and the design and layout of the cycle route, to name but two examples. But generally speaking, I would consider we have a good working relationship, positive.
And if I could just extend on that, please, Chair, on the roof, and they mentioned about the flat roofs. There seems to be a lot of flat roofs there. Is there any consideration for solar panels, or is that in the plan? Have I missed that? It's in there. It is in there, yeah. Okay, apologies. That got lost in my notes, okay. But thank you.
That's all right. It is a big report. Councillor Symes. Sorry, Lindy.
Would you agree with me that whoever takes this site on is going to have to put enough units in there to make it wash its face? However, you can't suddenly halve it and hope to make a profit, because with the land you've got, you have to ensure that pays for itself. Is that a fair comment?
Yes. I mean, obviously hypotheticals are always risky. A different scheme with different, if you converted it into a different land use, all sorts of different things would agree that. But it is the fundamental point of viability that, yes, a scheme has to wash its face. It has to return a reasonable return to a landowner and a reasonable profit to developer, such to incentivise them to do the development in the first place, and obviously has to cover its costs on that basis. So that's why planning is always a matter of balance and judgment, and in this case, because of the abnormals, as I say, associated with particularly a complex listed building, yes, there will always be a need for probably some compromises, but certainly some careful and thoughtful design to ensure there is sufficient funding in the scheme to deliver the quality of outputs the city demands.
One other question. These people have tried very hard to work with the council, whether we agree it or not today. They've tried very hard to work with the council. There's nothing saying that somebody far more aggressive couldn't come along, because it's happened quite close to where I live, and end up with a planning permission that's far worse than this one.
That's right.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You can.
It has happened, you say.
Yeah.
Can I go to Councillor Ashmore before I come to you? Councillor Ashmore's, because I need to go around the room, Councillor Smith. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Weems, and then Councillor Smith. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Chair. We talked about material planning concerns and things that we can't say no to, like the number of affordable housing. Would that also be the same thing with the lack of facilities or housing there for people with disabilities? Is that also something that we can't send back on the basis of?
We're recommending that a condition is attached which requires the applicant to provide further details on accessible housing and negotiating, people with disabilities being able to negotiate around the scheme. So that we see that as an important issue.
Thank you. But does it still, any application, is that something that, if it was sent back, theoretically, not just this one, but theoretically, would that be something you could take into consideration when deciding to pass it or not? Would the planning inspectorate, for example, say, well, that's not a material planning concern?
Well, the application, the proposals are the numbers of apartments and houses within the development will be adaptable. So that's as proposed, and that's That's required through building regulations.
Oh, okay.
But there's no reason why an inspector would not impose a similar condition on the accessibility through the scheme.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is a perceived increase in traffic. Is that one of the material planning concerns as well? Because a lot of times when I come to planning committees, usually admittedly on the other side given deputations, you raise things about how it's going to cause more problems with, say, parking or more cars coming into the area. They say it's not a consideration. We're not, it's not anything they can do about it. So is that the same with increases on traffic that's going to be on the road? Because from what I'm hearing from a lot of the deputations here is that it's chock-a-block quite a lot of the time, and this is going to add to it a lot.
If I may, it is a material consideration and always is. I expect the advice you've received previously is associated, and indeed I'll give the same advice now, with the key part when you're looking at the change of use of a site. Some of our applications are just that, the change of use of a site, no built operation at all. And clearly what you're not, if you change a warehouse into a block of flats, then you have to recognise that warehouse had a number of vehicle movements already and compare and contrast it to the block of flats. So, and the classic example we see a lot at planning committees, of course, for HMOs and the comparison between the number of vehicle movements for an HMO and for a family dwelling house of the same configuration and size. In this case, the planning judgment, whether it be for total parking provision or the associated and connected vehicle movements on the roadway, is just that, comparing what is the proper baseline, which has been informed by 2019 traffic counts when the hospital was in a degree of operative state and been reduced already since the 2014 period, and obviously reduced even earlier than that as well, against the modelled vehicle movements of the residential change of use and the additional alterations and changes to floor space. So in this case, planning permission should be refused for the excess number of vehicle movements into two junctions that are unable to take it. That has been resolved by requiring those two junctions to be improved, and with those improvements required through the 278 agreement, it is no longer a reason to withhold planning permission. And so for that reason our advice is it's highly material and would have been a reason for refusal. If the applicant had said, no, I'm not making those improvements to the junction, I'd be refusing this application on that basis, but they have confirmed that they can and will make those improvements to those junctions, and consequently that net impact on the highway scheme as modelled by your highway engineers is resolved and is considered to be a robust and defensible reason for refusal.
Okay, thanks for that. The only reason I brought that up is because I think it's Miss Birkinshaw's deputation there that, where was it, in 2019, that there was 287 dwellings at the Kingston Presence site would have generated 115 extra peak period movements, but the 209 dwellings at St James is only going to generate a total of 16, and that obviously to me that looks really disparate figures there. So,
and it's because it's a net figure, not a gross figure.
Okay. All right, well, thanks for your explanations. Thank you very much.
So now it's Councillor Reams.
Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions that have already been touched on in some ways. So one was about sustainability. The gentleman from NHS Property Services mentioned a figure of 33.81% less carbon than the average house. I just wanted to know if that was an accurate figure. And then I also want to know whether the EV provision, whether in the future that all the parking can be converted to EVs, as and when they obviously become more popular. And I just wanted clarification about the number of residents that are going to be living, because I've written down 297. I just wanted to know if that was correct.
With regards to the EV, the proposal is that the infrastructure will be put in place for more EVs as and when there is a demand for it. At the moment, demand is quite relatively low, but increasing. So that's that issue. With regards to the carbon figure, I don't think we have.
We do.
Do we have that?
Yeah. So paragraph 10.125 of the report, I would draw you to. So the applicant's been providing energy statements and discussing this with us throughout. And obviously, our policy requirement is a 19% improvement, and because they are doing a number of different things with energy efficiency, as well as the installation of photovoltaic panels on certain roofs, that when we combine it all together, we are satisfied from the applicant's evidence that is a 33.89% improvement upon part L1 of the 2016, which is the benchmark test we use for policy. So 33.9 versus our 19% requirement in the policy.
Councillor Smith.
Coming back to the chapel, it says on page 80, conversion of the chapel to residential use in the absence of an identified community occupier. We've heard from representations from people saying that they show interest in using it for community space, and I note that in today's paperwork it said about 12 months. But my question is, what's the mechanism to ensure that there is an identified community occupier?
TBC is the short answer. This is obviously something that we were satisfied that there is no requirement to make that issue. They've been looking at those issues in the time up to this committee. It's only been this week that the Memorial Trust has engaged with the applicant. The applicant has agreed to the idea of this obligation to market the site for a further 12 months as a sort of compromise figure before enacting a residential consent if they're given it today. So we will draft together some obligations within the planning obligation under that delegated authority contained in regulation in recommendation 1 to ensure that they do that marketing and put in some minimum requirements to ensure that marketing isn't just, you know, a board hidden away somewhere, is adequate and appropriate. It's not uncommon to have these sort of marketing requirements into planning obligations. I've drafted a few over the years. We'll look carefully at that as how we put that forward. But to say this is something that the applicant has actively agreed to, so we feel confident that they will stand up to that opportunity. And to be blunt, why would they not? If a community user comes forward for that chapel that can preserve their heritage and give them a similar financial return, that's actually of benefit to their scheme. Community uses on sites actually enhances the value of sites. So if there was one, I would be very confident the applicant, even if they were purely money-minded, and to be blunt, I'm not sure they are, that there is a lot of acute social value in this as well, but even if they were purely capitalist around this, it would still be in their interest to let this to a community group if one did come forward in the marketing period.
So you'd put the words together for it, and if there wasn't one to come forward in that space of time, for them to then get residential use for it, so then it wouldn't be a community space. You'd have to come back and we'd see what work would have been.
No, if I may say, and this is because it's just come through this week, we've only had a limited time to put our minds to it. What I would anticipate, because community use of that building isn't part of this planning application, they are proposing residential conversion. That is what you would be looking at with the application before you today and granting or refusing. On the basis that you grant it, we'd impose this obligation to say they could not undertake that residential conversion in that chapel until they have completed that 12 months of marketing. So basically it pauses their ability to deliver a consent you would grant today for that purpose. Clearly, and I briefly mentioned it earlier, if someone does come out the woodwork and says, yes, I'd like to take that chapel on and demonstrates a viable development for it, that may or may not require a further planning permission. Because it is the chapel of a hospital, it already has a community use for it, so any part of the hospital can be reverted to hospital uses and uses that are not materially different to that. So I wouldn't anticipate fundamentally just using the building as is would necessarily require significant planning consent for any material change in its use. But clearly if that unknown future occupier wanted to undertake alterations to the physical fabric of the listed building, then they may well need a listed building and or planning consent as well to do that in that 12-month period. But again, I would be relying on the the positive relationship with the developer that we've seen from their cooperation with the planning authority demands to date. And as I say, that just the fundamentals that it's in their interest to have a community use in here as much as it is 2 units, as long as it's giving them the same return and overall beneficial to their scheme. So we are confident appropriate obligations could be drafted up that would not be contrary to your infrastructure and community use policy.
So, Councillor Smythe, you want to ask a question. Councillor Wood, you've got some more questions rather than... Go. Councillor Smith, we'll go back to you because everybody else had their second go straight away.
I was going to ask if there was one other question I could ask. It was just going back to traffic again, and it was the one, you showed a slide, or somebody showed a slide earlier on about the Goldsmith Avenue into Eastney Road and the changes, and you're saying the reasons why those changes have got to take place to ensure the scheme. I couldn't see, but obviously there's the roundabout on for that. It sort of funnels everybody down from Goldsmith Avenue and along, but then you quickly went over the next slide and we didn't see what actually happens at the top of Loxway Road. Is there any change to that, or are we still dealing with the roundabout?
The slides that we put up, they were concept designs, so they're not full detailed designs. So the section 278 will require the preparation of a detailed design for those works, which would be subject to a safety audit, and they would have to be signed off by the Highway Authority.
So we're looking at you're saying that earlier Ian was saying about this is, it stands and falls on the traffic movements, and we're dealing with conceptual plans.
If I may, Chairman, I think that the key issue is saying we have certainty that an improvement needs to be made. What we don't know specifically how that's best designed. That needs to require some further work. What we require from applicants and what the Highway Authority wants is some illustrative example plans of how it could be done, so that we can have confidence that that is deliverable. That's what those plans were, and I've just double-checked them. They don't go as far as the roundabout. There are no alterations proposed there, but the applicant, working with the Council's retained consultants, has showed these two alterations, say, well, there you go, that's one way you could do it. So looking at that, we said, yes, that is one way those improvements could be made, and thus we have confidence there is a way to do it. There may be a better way than those illustrative plans. That will now be a piece of work, if consent is granted, that the applicant and the Highway Authority will work through together to find the optimal way of making improvements to those junctions. But what we need as a planning authority is confidence that it is possible, and those illustrative examples give us that confidence that that can be done, albeit they may not be done in exactly that way. A different way may be identified by the technical engineers as they move those things forward and subject it to the safety audit and iterative design processes that highway engineering wizardry does, that I'm happily ignorant of.
But as the representations say, so some of the people have said earlier on, it is that top of Loxway Road, and there was two slides, and the first one was, and I know it's conceptual now from what you've said, but it comes down Goldsmith Avenue and filters with Eastern Road. The next one you quickly went past, and there was no change to that little roundabout at the top. I mean, that is where the sort of pinch point is, isn't it? So just a bit of a worry about that, really.
No doubt you'll bring it out in the debate. Councillor Smythe and then Councillor Wood.
Just a couple more very quick questions to deal with some loose ends that I found in the report. On page 2541, the Keep Milton Green comments are from 0920, and we had a very persuasive presentation from Councillor Barrett on this. But the first point about the 3-storey block on the north, which might have impacted on the residents of Brasted Court, we sometimes spend, when there's a single house development, we spend a lot of time on these things. Is that still an issue in the new plans, or is that now, have there been recent complaints about that? This is the concern that sunlight could be blocked and overshadowing to an unacceptable degree. Could it? And there's another related question.
We've looked at the relationship of the proposed new development and possible or likely impact on neighbouring properties, and we're confident that the degree of impact will be acceptable. And
have we had any recent representations from that corner of the development?
We did, but I was struggling to work out the address because the address of one of the representations appeared to show, indicated that they were directly affected, but the address is nowhere near the site, so I couldn't work that out. So, but these issues have been looked at very carefully.
Thank you.
Can we go to Councillor Wood now, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm moving to the transport aspect of this. Obviously, there's been a lot of the representations have been about the transport, and from personal experience, that's a really heavy part of the area, and I'm really worried about it because the page 56, which gives the mitigation about it, says it's basically a black box we've got to rely on. And further to the questions that you've just answered there's a conceptual idea about this, and this is a really worrying thing. So one of the things I wanted to say was the surveys are based on June 2019, which I guess is in the middle of summer where it's good weather, etc. And do you know if the traffic modelers modelled, for instance, wet days? Did they model with the CAS zone in place, the clear air zone, which is obviously going to change the traffic sort of thing? So I'm asking, on the modelling, do you know what they modelled?
So we can advise that this was the 2019 traffic counts on top of a series of models that's produced across for the local plan as an issue of validation. So it was a limited number of days in 2019 for those traffic counts. But say it is a model that accounts for all development and changes since 2014. We've had that confirmed, reconfirmed by the Highway Authority this week in response to representations, and they retain confidence that the model is robust and does reflect a true comparison of a baseline at the hospital versus the modelled growth associated with the new development.
Okay, so it doesn't take into account the impact of the clear air zone?
So it takes about all relevant matters since 2014. Obviously, that's one such matter, so they've retained confidence in that model.
It says worst case scenario here. Do you know what they used to model a worst case scenario? Is a worst case scenario a wet day, or what I'm trying to say is the point being made about that mini roundabout there is if you can't get onto that mini roundabout, everything stacks up back. So obviously some change has got to happen there. And in a way, not being able to see it, I'm trying to understand do you know what worst case scenario meant?
We'd have to push it out. I think we can be confident it means just that worst case scenario. But what is the worst case scenario for traffic movements? I can say it'll inevitably be linked to peak time movements, I imagine, rather than weather conditions, because congestion matters are driven much more by the total number of vehicles moving through junctions and linear tarmac than individual conditions of the issue. Because when we're looking at a model of vehicle movements, it's less to do with whether there's puddles on the road and the like. So I imagine, for a modelling perspective, worst case scenario, that commentary would be used to describe a busy work peak time period rather than a particular time of year. Though obviously for Portsmouth we factor in those issues such as the summer peaks as well in modelling those peak worst case scenarios.
So final question on that is it feasible, if the worst case scenario is wrong and not modelled correctly, that the cost for traffic there, if we say that we're going to go ahead with the number of people there and there will be an impact on traffic, it will be more than 800,000 if you have to implement. So 800,000 is just what was that based on? Just a known set of changes.
So again, the illustrative examples are there to see that there is a technical solution. First step, we were satisfied there was a technical solution, and it enables obviously cost surveyors to put together a cost estimate of that so that the developer can see whether that's in their envelope of affordability. The question, could it be more than that? Absolutely. It will now go through a series of refined designs, and if it's more than that, the developer is going to have to pay more than that and take those risks in bringing those things forward. That's why developers get to make a profit, so they can absorb those risks through the matters that remain to be resolved through design.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Stagg.
Thank you. Just a point here, Councillor Wood. This wasn't Loxway Road, but we did the survey at Velder Avenue in the most humongous rainstorm you've ever had. Councillor Sanders was soaked literally to the skin. So we have done a survey, and that was the one, I believe, that was okayed as being quite valid, wasn't it? The one we did at Velder Avenue. And it was. I've never known quite a rainstorm like it.
It was November.
It was, yes.
All right, members, thank you very much for coming to order.
Chair, forgive me, I've got back-to-back briefings and meetings, so forgive me whilst
you're not voting anyway, so you can go where you like.
Thank you very much, Lee, and I can vouch for being totally soaked that day, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today. So members, there being no more questions, going to move to debate. And members, I'm going to make a proposition right at the outset to refuse the application on the following grounds, Kieran, that the loss of the protected of the trees within the protected trees we've been discussing today will reduce the beneficial evapotranspiration and photosynthesis, which helps the city's groundwater and the reduced carbon in the atmosphere, so also has an adverse impact on the city's carbon policies. The lack of affordable housing, which we've heard about today, we've heard evidence that it is viable, although that the officers have said that it is not viable, but we should refuse it for lack of affordable housing, the loss of protection of the protected trees, and the traffic capacity in particular is the impact that this plan would have on the already congested surrounding roads and junctions, which will not be resolved by the installation of the traffic lights that have been described in the report today, and no consideration of the impact on the Good Companion junction, and that the design of the new housing is uninspiring and not excellent architectural quality. Rather, they harm the historic setting of St James's and the listed building. The loss of the open space, and I've listened very carefully to all the arguments about this, and the conclusion that I have come to myself, you may not agree, is that there would be at least as much, if not more, open space with this plan. Councillor Ashmore, are you seconding that?
I was just going to add to something really on there, just to say my piece. Yeah, it's the thing about the trees there, and I understand what, trees have to come down for developments if you're going to put some back, but if they're not going to be if it's not going to be like for like, to use a lay term on it, it can take absolutely years for it to get anywhere near as efficient as that. And as we're trying to be, increasing our greenery and coverage on that one, I agree with what the people have been saying, that is a concern, especially when we're talking up things like air quality and biodiversity and stuff like that, and habitats for bats and stuff. That got my ear. The other stuff is about the increased traffic. We don't know if this thing's going to work. I'm getting different kind of vibes from people, and it's something of, it might say these things will solve it, and it might not. It might just increase people going, okay, we've got a new way of, the roads are clearer now, let's all get our cars down this way. It might increase it that way. And I know that's not a material planning concern, is for us to just say it might happen, it might not. But the other thing that I'd add is we've heard a lot about out-of-date information coming up from the deputations there, like the 33-page report here being delivered right at the start of the meeting. We've heard about the costings could have changed just over the last year. Councillor Sanders mentioned that he had a report which has comments in it that this report said it didn't have, the one before us right now. That's why I'm wary of supporting it. So I think I'm probably going to go along the same lines as you with those additional bits.
So those additional bits that you mentioned about the BAT and the, so I mentioned that in the first reason for refusal about photosynthesis, evaporation, and the adverse impact on the city's need to reduce carbon. And then the lack of affordable housing and the viability statement, I think they go hand in hand, and we would need, if this were refused, that we would need to have a new viability statement for any future plan that's put in. I was curious about the disabled access. I don't think there was sufficient information about the disabled access, sorry, not disabled access, but flats specifically for disabled people, that have better wider door access and so on. But the officer said that was going to be wrapped up in the conditions when we were talking about that. But that did cause me concern when I read it. There wasn't very much at all about ramps going up in the, putting in ramps here and so on for steps and so on. But anyway, the conditions. Members, so for me to just make my little statement, to me, I don't think any of you were here then, but this is very much like the Kingston Prison discussion, when we were told that, and people mentioned it earlier on, we were told that, it was not possible to get affordable housing or social rents in there, and the committee persevered. I think 2 or 3 times rejected the plans, and each time we were told, and there was a big row about the viability assessment, which planning officers would not produce and were forced in the end to produce. That's no criticism of Ian, that's way before his time, but there were issues around that. And in the end, it's been proven that, you could do this, the affordable housing. So we've heard a lot today. This is very much like the Kingston, might well be Kingston Crescent debate, but the Kingston Prison debate. The loss of the trees is very worrying. I wasn't comforted by the size of the trees that might go in subject to condition. We'll probably be told that, we've got a condition that would sort that problem out, but I'm still not convinced. Then it's the adverse impact. And the other thing I would like to mention is, I saw in the report it talked about jumbled up bramble bushes and so on around the site and so on, that this is kind of undesirable, we want to manage it like a park, but it's in those jumbled up bramble bushes that robins nest, that blackbirds nest, that jays will go and raid so that they can nest up in the trees. So these jumbled up, it's about wilding Portsmouth, isn't it? We've been talking a lot about wilding Portsmouth, but we're rather getting to gentrifying Portsmouth in various places, by ripping out bramble bushes and all these other naturally occurring species of flora and fauna. So, this is nearly there, this planning application. This is nearly there. I don't think we have far to go. We've got to get the affordable housing in. I'm not convinced by the viability assessment. Kieran will come and advise me in a minute and probably say we need an adjournment to get these words correct, but they've been seconded by Councillor Ashmore, and Councillor Symes would like to have a word first, Kieran, if that's all right.
Only to say, wouldn't a deferment be better? Because a deferment would give the applicant chance to address those things. We've all agreed they're a good applicant and they would want to do a good job on the site. It seems to just refuse it seems a bit harsh, when there could be further negotiations and maybe we could end up with what we wanted, rather than losing an applicant and maybe getting somebody who we spoke about before who is much more aggressive and difficult.
Indeed. My own personal opinion is better to refuse it, today rather than defer. But if you would like to make a proposition, absolutely no problem. I'm sure you might get a second.
I'd second that,
Okay.
Linda, if you want.
Thank you.
So we've got Councillor Williams seconding that. So Kieran, we need to take a pause right now to get some words written down for us to understand better in a sensible order. Is that about right?
Well, what I would actually like some clarity on is that Councillor Ashmore, you did indeed second the Chair's motion? Yeah. You did, okay. Were you trying to introduce something about bats that the Chair didn't pick up on? About bats? Bats, yeah. I didn't follow you on that. Please explain.
I was just saying, as part of the trees that were coming down and the bats that were mentioned as part of the wildlife, as part of the habitats, but no, it was agreeing with, it was just, yeah, they might not, but if trees come down, there might be stuff living in it.
I listened to that, and the reason I didn't put it in was the applicant and the officers made it clear they would re-provide new bat boxes around, so I was
no, that's fair enough.
Comforted by that.
The only bit I was adding into it was the bit that we hadn't got, you know, there was a lot of out-of-date facts and we just got a report to that. It was the only other bits that I was doing that the Chair didn't say.
I don't think there was an EIA in it, was there? Environmental Impact Assessment is not in the report. I haven't seen that anywhere. I may be wrong. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that the deputations have been very useful today, and I think that for me, the two reasons for supporting either a deferral or possibly, your proposal, should be strengthened in anything that you write, Chair. It's clear to me that you can't develop this site without a proper, comprehensive survey of future traffic, taking into account all the new developments there are. Because we're just asking people to tinker away at the edges, and it's a real problem traffic is around that area, and it's a real problem given we don't know what the impact of the Kingston development is actually going to be in practice, and we aren't taking into account the impact of part one of this scheme. So I would be asking for a much more comprehensive analysis of the traffic flows in that, looking at our overall sustainability and green aspirations. And the second thing is, regards the Councillor Pitt's comments on the very late received viability statement, that we need to be looking again at that viability statement. I think not just at the way that we resolve that problem at Kingston Prison, because there are other ways of doing affordable housing than these calculations show, but also looking at the overall viability in a much more up-to-date context. So I hope that those are going to be incorporated in your recommendation. I think what is interesting about today is it does show that there is, some support for the actual conversion of the hospital into residential flats, and some admiration for the actual plan for that. That was evident from nearly all the deputations around the place, and I don't think we should forget that. But these two points that I've raised here, and the point about general green environments, it remains overwhelming for me.
All right, I get advice from Kieran about that, but of course if this is refused today, then it'll all come back and these matters would have been taken on board by the applicant or any new applicant. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question about process, really. So in terms of, we've had questions. Are we on comments? Do you want to break it?
Yes, you're on comments.
So
I've moved, because we finished questions, so I moved the proposition to reviews.
Great.
So we can comment on it now.
Yeah, so look, I think to summarise and to put together where I'm at in terms of everything we've heard today, yes, there have been some really passionate, articulate deputations today, most of which I agree with. I think it's fair, but we do think we have to be quite honest here about the future, and that's why I asked the question about the local plan. We heard, former Councillor Pitt speak passionately about and make some really good points that have influenced my decision. But we also have to remember that Councillor Pitt was a portfolio holder and could, if he wanted to, had made an impact and earmarked that site and done something different with it. So there is a little bit of politics here, which is why I raised the point about the local plan, because it's the local plan is 10 years out, and if this site really was something that this council wanted to have a control over and have a look at, then they shouldn't have left us exposed within the local plan. They could have put a local plan together which said exactly what they wanted to do, and that hasn't happened. So, that moves me on to some questions about how previously this site has been handled, and, the business case. Remember the secret bid? The business case where for 3 years we've asked what the council's plan was with this site, and for 3 years it's been refused. We've not been told. We've said that we'll have it on orange papers, and again, we've not had any information as to what the plan was going to be. So I hear, from the residents' perspective, from people watching at home, from all the deputies, I hear your concerns, but there was an alternative. And the alternative is that the council took control of this site and decided what they wanted to do with it. But we've not seen the bid. You won't let us see the bid. Okay. In fact, it got to a stage where the leader of the council used his influence to prevent us from having access to that. So what we have to look at is rumours. After 3 years of saying, well, what was the alternative? What was this sensible plan that you had? There are rumours about it potentially being a phony bid that was worth £1. £1 is how passionately, the administration or the leader feels about this site.
Councillor,
and
I've
his
let you
ability.
speak for a while now, but I'm a little bit concerned we're going back into the history beyond the immediate application before us.
But we constantly hear about, the plans on hold and the impact. We have to be clear about it, don't we? People are making deputations because they feel passionately about what happens to this site, but actually, when we look at, we see, let's go to Councillor Downing's comments, and great comments. He hit the nail on the head when he spoke about people and how they feel, and articulated very, very, very well about, the public view of this, and we've seen petitions. We've seen, all those people that have Keep Milton Green posters in their window feel passionately about this, okay? All the community groups feel passionately about it, businesses, and the developer feels passionately about this, but we have to be honest, I think, in terms of what we're dealing with here. Is this constantly going to be kicked down the road because it's an unpopular decision, And I think what we're dealing with probably is a situation here where the council have a duty, 2 seconds if I can, Councillor Hunt, a duty to build homes. Of course they want to meet that quota, but they don't want to make an unpopular decision. They don't want to upset residents. And this is what we're dealing with. And I worry that if we defer this, we went against it, it's going to come back and back and back, because no one really wants to make that decision. So, I have sympathy for this. Also, and I'll keep this if I can to the issue, because I think I can see you over there nodding at me, Councillor Hunt. Look, I think the reality is that if we refuse this, it's likely to come back. It's likely to come back with potentially some sort of legal challenge. And how confident am I that we will, whoever it is that represents us, whatever the outcome is, the aggrieved party, when they litigate or try to, bring this back, how confident am I that we can say that we've handled this properly and done everything we need to do? I think, Homes England have given a late deputation today. Procedures have been all over the place. Remember, we had a decision a year ago where we were asked to do something that I think probably wasn't within our power, to list or unlist buildings. Okay, so the long history of this project is a very, very difficult one, and I think this will probably leave us quite vulnerable on appeal, and if it goes through courts. So I worry about what's happening here with this. Forgive the political part, Councillor Pitt, but let's be honest about this. Is this likely ever to get...
There are some things we should be concerned. I think Kieran was trying to help you there. You shouldn't. Sometimes a planning application will come back several times, as did Kingston Prison. It was 3 times. They eventually got a good planning application. I hear your concerns. I'm grateful for you coming today and talking about them, but we really need to stick to the planning matters in hand. There's been a very good discussion today. People aren't saying no to it completely, but they're sending the applicant signals, particularly around affordable housing and the trees, which is what most people have been talking about today. So I think we're going to need to pause now. We'll come back to when we've got the form of words that Kieran would be content with. Okay, so he's probably going to have to go and talk to Mr. Maguire for 10 minutes or so. And then we can come back and we can have further debate on the proposition, seconded by Councillor Ashmore, and then once we've decided on that, then the deferral offered by Councillor Symes, seconded by Councillor Weems. Okay, Kieran?
Sorry, Chair, no, the vote on deferral will come first.
Oh, the debate on the, sorry,
Yeah.
got it the wrong way.
But I would agree it's probably helpful for you to have the full wording before we go
Indeed.
to either vote.
Yeah.
Chairman,
okay.
if I may, I do believe it is appropriate if I provide some advice for you to consider in public committee before we try and work up
Yeah, sure.
that
Go ahead.
wording, because
Go ahead,
otherwise
Mr.
we'll maybe be
Maguire.
going around in circles.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you've put forward 4 concepts. Obviously, we don't worry about the specific wording. Loss of protected trees. You've raised a number of other issues around carbon. Just is very clear. You need to be clear with the committee, and so that officers can help you do drafting, whether your objection to the loss of trees is the loss of trees as they are TPO trees. There's a blanket TPO over the whole site, which is obviously is a gross benefit of unit numbers, but a reduction in the maturity of trees net. Because you referred to your concerns around evapotranspiration as well as photosynthesis, which are probably not accurate, because the management of surface water swales would probably enhance evapotranspiration across the site, and indeed the increase in green space, albeit the changing of trees may enhance the total photosynthesis across the site. It may have an adverse impact, as Councillor Stagg put forward, over carbon capture, however. So is it that point of carbon capture you wish to put forward, or is it the loss of trees in and of themselves?
It was both. So it's the carbon capture and indeed the loss of the protected trees, and you say the net reduction in the maturity of the trees.
Thank you.
Also on that point, I understood that Councillor Ashmore, to confirm, had substantively withdrawn any kind of reference to bats in relation to trees. To confirm. Yeah?
Quite happy to, as much as I love bats.
Yep, I hadn't proposed to go further than that. You then, the second point around affordable housing, you've suggested there is insufficient justification for officers to reply to the deputation that talk to that. Officers remain confident that the viability appraisal is robust and up to date. There will always be a gap, real world, between the date of documents and their review and bringing these things forward. We have the same issue, I think, with the matter that Councillor Sanders raised. Comments may have been made just before Christmas, but the report would have been written prior to that, so you always end up with a slight mismatch on that basis. The BNP Paribas review document, which you've asked to table today, is internal advice from the consultants to officers to inform. We have no problem with it being in the public realm, but it's the applicant's viability appraisal, which is the key consideration that obviously has been on there for well over a year on our public website. What we've done through this review in August 2021 is sensitivity checks, see if we're still satisfied that the applicant's assumptions and making reasonable adjustments for the period of time that has occurred are appropriate, and whether we're still therefore confident that there is no available for financial contribution for affordable housing, and officers advise you we are. You can rerun those numbers, you can defer or refuse an application for that reason, and those numbers will be run again, but I have no expectation at all that you'll come to a different conclusion. The individual numbers will change, the exact deficit will change as updates for build costs and sales are amended, but as we have sensitivity analysis of these numbers dealing with +5, +10% alterations up to date to August 2021, our advice is it is a robust justification, and consequently you will have very little chances of success for such a reason for refusal on appeal. So I do feel it's important to reference that on the point that we haven't had a chance to comment yet in respect of the date of those documents. They're as up to date as they're practically going to be, and you will always have a number of months between the applicant's report, the consultant's review, the officer's checking, and it coming forward to members in these circumstances. To move forward to the highway issue, obviously there's an adverse impact on already congested surrounding roads you mentioned. That's undeniably true. Obviously the implied part of that is that the necessary improvements to the two affected junctions will not be sufficient, contrary to your technical officer's advice. So it's incumbent upon me to advise you that the Highway Authority doesn't agree with you, that they does agree that there's an adverse impact on congested roads, hence the need for improvement, but obviously is satisfied that improvement is deliverable and achieves the outcome. So you are disagreeing with your highway officers on that basis. So I need to advise you of that. You then go on to say there's no consideration of impact on the Good Companion junction. I would advise you That's just not true. That junction is part of the overall model, has been looked at. The Highway Authority is advising that there's no need to make an intervention there. Again, you can disagree with your officers, that is entirely your right, but I don't think it's fair or reasonable or indeed accurate to say there's no consideration of that junction. That junction, as all junctions, have been fully considered. It's just that no improvement is considered to be necessary by your technical officers. Again, you're entitled to disagree with that, but we do need to ensure you're disagreeing with their judgment and not suggesting it hasn't been looked at, which isn't true. Then your final comment, the design of the new housing is uninspiring and does not represent excellent architecture and results in harm to the setting of the listed building. That's a matter of design judgment, obviously, within your gift. Officers are giving you the contrary advice, which I'm sure you've given careful consideration to, but there's nothing further I can add to that point. We can obviously put some further wording around those things, but I think it's important that we've given you the benefit of our professional advice about not just the justification for some of the statements, but in particular some of the statements in there of evapotranspiration and consideration of the Good Companion Junction in particular, which I don't think actually are true or accurate statements, and invite you to consider whether you do wish us to consider putting wordings around those.
Chair, sorry, because other people had opportunities.
Indeed, go ahead.
Okay. My key worry, which Ian has actually addressed, was about the traffic, because I just felt the traffic, the modelling was not robust enough to cover all scenarios. And that came out from several personal experiences of people who have been there. It just didn't tally up with people's personal experience, and also with the fact that there isn't a limit. 800,000 is a figure brought out for a conceptual idea of what needed to go in place. So the problem with that is there are many scenarios that could go wrong with that, and that is one of the key things we need to hide. It's not that the fact we don't believe they've done modelling, because I'm sure they've done modelling and Highways looked at that, but I think a lot of us have a lot of, reservations about that to cover the scenario, and that's the issue that needs to be convinced.
Which is what Councillor Smythe talked about too. So, Kieran will have made notes of those things. On the Good Companions junction, you're right, consideration was given to that junction. So it needs to say something like, the Good Companion junction needs improvements. Because the evidence we've heard today is that that junction would be used, as well as the Loxley Road and Milton Road junctions. Certainly with evapotranspiration, I was trying to be clever and fallen foul of that. So it's the loss of protected trees which it's the net loss of the majority of the trees and its adverse impact on the fauna and flora. So members, that's been a long debate, a bit of a marathon debate, and we're going to pause now for 10 minutes or so. Kieran, is that sufficient or not?
I think we can start with 10 minutes. Sorry, could you go over what your concerns with the traffic are, having conceded that the Good Companion junction was addressed? Could you go over what your concerns with the traffic are,
yes,
now that you conceded that the Good Companions was addressed?
So that the traffic capacity, in particular the already congested surrounding roads, which includes the Good Companion junction, I suppose, which will not be resolved by additional traffic lights described within the reports, and the need for a robust what was you said, Councillor Smythe? A robust traffic survey.
I was asking for a
traffic
scheme for that whole quarter of the town,
yes,
rather than
yes.
a more piecemeal approach.
Yeah, in the surrounding streets.
And to take into account other developments. And take into account our stance, which is actually, in the long term, about reducing car use rather than increasing. So it's pretty broad.
Yes, you're right. We didn't hear too much about that today, but Kieran, is that enough for you?
Unless my planning colleagues have anything else that they would like to just pick your brains before we go into adjournment, that would be all from me.
All right then, members, we're going to adjourn for 15 minutes, in fact, and we'll be back here, let's say, at 20 to 4. I suspect some of the items today will have to be put over because I'm sure people have other things that they need to get to this evening, including family. Okay then, everybody, it is 1:45. I'm not sure, Kieran, how are we set at the moment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we're good to get going again.
Hang on. Have we got everybody who needs to be here? There's nobody missing, is there? I'm not missing any councillors on the committee. And of course, Councillor Williams, we are 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they are all here. Okay. So, are we set to go, Kieran?
Yes, the first thing we would be moving to was the deferral vote. However, we'd just like to get some more information from Councillor Symes and Weems on the reasons for a deferral, firstly.
Okay, sorry, Councillor. Mr. Maguire, would you like to say something to Councillor Symes?
Okay, I was just advising you will need to turn a microphone on, but so what we have is a need to revisit affordable housing provision and the design of the new build, and traffic as well. So and the highway appraisals, they are the three grounds that we understand were the request for deferral. But obviously, I don't want to put words.
Anything else you want to add to your deferral? Because once you deferred it on particular grounds, when it comes back again, it's not easy to refer to other issues.
Well, I think that covers a whole range of the things that people cared about that came here and made deputations. It was mostly around those three items.
And the trees.
Well, yeah, I think the trees are something, but if you'd rather I add that in, I'm quite happy to.
It's your decision, yeah. Councillor Symes.
Can we put trees in?
Councillor Norton.
Can I ask a quick question about timeframes? When we defer something, can we add timeframes on there so that we know when it's going to come back, what the likelihood is, or is that within our gift?
That'd be down to the applicant to talk to the officers. It may be sooner, it may be later.
Okay, so we can't say realistically within, we'd like to...
If I may assist, we can't really set a fixed time frame because it is out of our hands. So take the easy example of the affordable housing question. If it is felt necessary to commission a new viability appraisal by the applicant, then put it through our consultants, then have that checked by case officers, that won't be happening in the next fortnight, so it won't get to the next committee. So you're looking at least the committee after that, if not the committee after that, depending how quickly we can turn around that one aspect. But we've got 4 things to look at. Obviously, it will depend how fast both the applicant and LPA can work.
All right. Councillor Weems.
Just wanted clarification on the tree point, why you wanted it rejected on the aspect of trees, just for clarification for Linda's proposition.
So that was her telling the officers what?
Oh no, I understand, but your first point was to have it rejected, and it was obviously under the condition about the trees. Can you just clarify your point? So when Linda obviously adds that to hers...
Oh, I see, I beg your pardon.
If I'm going to second it, I need to know what aspect.
It's the reduction in the maturity of the loss of protected trees.
Okay, and do you just obviously, you want them to remain in place? Or just re-looked at?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to
Or is it
clarify.
just reasonable mitigation by putting in trees that are suitably mature?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but I'd rather trees stay where they were, quite frankly. We lost too many trees already. But anyway, it's a matter for, it's your deferment, Councillor Symes, of course. You put in what you like.
I think that's fair to say that,
Can you just pop your microphone on?
have trees of a suitable maturity, that it will negate the effect of the water and the carbon.
Okay, cool.
So it is important to have accuracy of wording. The wording I've captured from your debate members is the proposal that the application be deferred to revisit affordable housing provision, the design of the new build elements, the retention and replacement of protected mature trees, and the highway implications of the scheme.
Can I just add? I think there needs to be a new traffic survey. Is that put in? Because I think the survey is out of date, great out of date.
Members, I think you are better off deferring it to enable the highway implications to be reviewed rather than trying to prescribe the technical expertise. I'm not a technical expert. Undertaking a traffic survey from a site that's currently being used as a temporary COVID vaccination centre, I'm not sure will give you the useful data compared to that which has been gathered in the past. So I'm not saying a traffic survey isn't relevant to this, but requiring it may not, I'm not the expert. I think we'll rely on the experts to advise us how we need to undertake that highway review and update that information.
It's my portfolio anyway, so I can have a word.
All right, members then.
Well, to do that, I think it's providing that whole traffic plan is looked at, and they can assure us that it was what they told us was valid, if that can be proven. That
Sure. So I'll ask our legal advisor to confirm what the deferment is looking like, and then we can go to the vote on that.
So, summarising what Ian Maguire's put to members already, that'll be a deferral to examine matters of affordable housing, traffic, trees and the design of new build. And I understood Councillor Williams to have seconded that, having sought clarification on traffic. Yep. Trees, apologies. Yeah. Okay. Are there any further comments from planning officers? I'll take that as a no. Any further comments from planning officers before we go to a deferral vote? No, fine. So the motion is to defer on the reasons that could you read the reasons out again, Ian? Sorry, ideally I would do that.
Sorry, so the reasons as read out: defer the application to revisit affordable housing provision, the design of the new build, the retention and replacement of protected mature trees, and the highway implications of the scheme.
Okay then, members, so that's the deferment proposed by Councillor Symes, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour, please show. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that correct, Kieran? All those against?
I made that to be 5, yeah.
All those against, please show. So that's 3. Any abstentions? So it's 5, 3 and 1. Okay, so that's deferred then. Thank you, members.
Chairman, if I may now come in and assist, the next item is of course the listed building consent application with a much narrower degree of consideration, but whether from the Chair you wish to defer it simply for practical case management to be heard at the same time as the planning application.
For practical case management, we will defer it to the same date. Okay? I think my maths tells me, I'm probably wrong, we've got another 9 items to go. So I don't know about you, but I'm prepared to go to 6 o'clock. And then it's only fair on the officers, they've got family to go to too as well. How are you fixed, Ian, for going on beyond 5 o'clock, or do you need to go home?
So, Chairman, I've already given apologies to my son's bedtime, so I'm happy to stay. So far, my record latest committee is 1 a.m. I'm not looking to beat that, but as long as you need us here. So.
Well, you're the same mind as me, so we'll just go on until people tell me we've had enough, all right? Okay, then. I was trying to be good. What about yourself, Kieran?
I'm very happy to go on. It's a big night out for me, thank you.
Sorry?
I'm very happy to go on. There's a big night out I've had for a long time at this rate.
Right. Okay. Right. So here we are, interesting one, which is Flathouse Quay, installation of low-level aggregate handling plant, which is on pages 74 or 90, depending on how you look at it in the report pack. Mr. Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll draw members' attention first of all to the supplementary matters agenda where additional comments have been provided on highway matters and heritage. The applicant was going to make a deputation, but they're satisfied that those additional comments properly cover it. I'll come to them as I briefly present this item.
Karen, are you okay to go on?
This application is the proposal to install some purpose-built aggregate handling equipment on Flathouse Quay within Portsmouth Port, in this part of the port in particular, as members can see, and is included in the application report for reference. It consists of handling processing equipment and a large water tank as well. The fundamental purpose of the this is an example of exactly where it is. Some fundamental purpose of this equipment, as you can imagine, just it's aggregate equipment, it does what it says on the tin, is to, let me just find an image I can leave that on, is to sort and process C1 marine dredged aggregate, sand and gravel, imported onto the quayside for then transshipment onwards by road. Clearly, therefore, the implications of the scheme are relatively narrow. Those road implications for coming out of the port, and indeed the noise disturbance and other environmental and immediate implications within the report. The road implications we've looked at carefully. It is obviously the case, as we, I think, cover in the SMAT quite well, that this quayside has been used for the importation of things, fruit in the past, aggregate now, and consequently loaded into trucks and taken away. Overall, therefore, there is a anticipation through the modelling produced that there's a reduction in the total number of vehicle movements because of other breadths. Ship come up with aggregate, it'll be sorted and loaded into lorries rather than other ships with containers of other things. While there is 10 full-time employment on site with associated small-scale parking and cycle storage to facilitate them, which obviously will be movements in the day, in the grand scheme of Portsmouth Port, 10 employees moving on and off the site are not particularly significant, so the highway implications are at their worst a neutral implication. Obviously, it's a loud and noisy activity, but again, within a commercial port. So it's not an industrial port undertaking these sorts of things at the moment, but it does have plenty of noise and commercial activity. And again, due to the separation of neighbours, residential neighbours, we have no concerns about that as detailed in the report. It's about 500,000 tonnes of material a year coming through here, so 20,000 loads going out of the port accordingly. But as I say, that obviously replaces the activity that otherwise would have occurred at this quayside, and on that reason we feel there is no reason to withhold planning permission. No adverse representations have been received in respect to the application, and the recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission.
Thank you, Mr. Maguire. Members, any questions? Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Ian, it may be somewhere in there. Can I just check on the operation hours and including weekends? The basic point is, having listened to them doing the renovations to the seafront, where they've worked out of hours, sound travels quite a long way across open stretches. So I'm just trying to check whether there'll be any constraints on that, or you perceive any problems.
So the applicant pretty much sought 24/7 working because it is a fairly remote site. We do have some concerns, so consequently we have proposed condition 6 on page 86 to limit the operating hours to between 7 a.m. And 11 p.m. Daily. So that is every day, including bank holidays and Sundays. But we feel that's a reasonable compromise. So there's only 8 hours in the day where that wouldn't be undertaken. Though, of course, it's obviously unlikely to be running perpetually in that period as well by the operator. But we feel there's a compromise to be struck there in advice with our environmental health colleagues, and condition 6 is imposed accordingly.
Chair, that addresses that.
Okay. Councillor Smith.
Can I just ask, the from the plan here, are these, there's like hangar buildings or storage buildings, are there 5 of those coming down? Is that where the car parking's going and that? 'Cause it sort of shows it on the plan where it's going as an open space. I'm sort of working out from the tower and the buildings coming back, and then is that just going to be, those buildings are all going to be knocked down and then?
Yeah, they're clearing the key sites to make
yeah.
space for this, which is partly movable, partly fixed plant.
And so where those 8, I've read somewhere about the 8 parking and that sort of, is that going to go into that? Is that going to go into that void that's there? 'Cause there's nothing to show the...
So how well you can see that? So that's the...
those are they there?
They're painted on the middle of the site, and obviously they'll be moving HGVs around those. So.
So the other, that will be all open space now?
I should be clear, the aggregate importation is already occurring, the port has told us, and those buildings have been demolished accordingly. So it's open space now. It's this fixed plant on that open space they're seeking now. Yeah.
Any more questions, anyone?
Yes.
Councillor Stagg.
Thank you. Is there any more information on the possibility of increased vehicle movement? Are we going to get that? Because I don't know what the impact... I wouldn't have thought there would be a terrible amount, but on the other hand, that's quite a busy area. That's in 5.11.
So this is covered in the SMAT in the penultimate, the second paragraph on page 5. It's been confirmed that the handling of shipping containers, the last use, 256 trips per day. The new use is expected to produce 145 trips today, so a reduction in trips accordingly, and consequently the Highway Authority is now satisfied following that reconsultation and has no objection.
Thank you.
Councillor Smythe.
Question from me about, I can see there's a condition about it or a delegated authority, but do they create a lot of dust and pollution, these places? I'm not familiar, but I know they're often in out-of-town situations, which makes me wonder if they do.
So the aggregate sorting can have significant implications for dust and particulates. That is managed through wetting of the materials as they go through these issues. They have the largest structure within this long line of plant shown here. You can bottom image there, that one on the right. That's I think that's the one is the water storage tank. That's the water they use, clean mains water to dampen the material, and then that goes into recycling processes within the site itself, so it doesn't wash out into the waters. So on that basis, we are satisfied that the dust implications are not going to cause any significant adverse impacts off-site.
Thank you. Looks wonderfully like a Heath Robinson picture, doesn't it?
Okay, so on page 86, or 102, you'll see an informative on there, which sort of addresses that particular issue. Members, there's no more questions. We're in debate now. Okay. Who's going to move it? I don't mind moving.
Yeah,
Councillor Norton's going to move.
Happy to. 20% electric charging, that's good, isn't it? On 10 parking spaces, yeah. Good application.
There's no reason not to, sir. No reason not to. Councillor Syme seconding it, yeah?
Members, just to draw attention, obviously there is an amended condition in the SMAT, just tidying up some of those issues, of course.
Yeah. Subject to the conditions and those in the SMAT. Can I see approval, please, by raising your hands? That's unanimous. So we move on to 37 Worsley Street now. This here because it's an employee of the council, that's all. So, Mr. Maguire.
Thank you. 37 Worsley Street, it's a household application. As noted, it is here because the application is and the applicant is an employee of the council. It is a relatively small first floor rear addition on top of the existing single-storey projection. It's not come through particularly clearly on that. There you go, that's probably better. You can see the colour part is that rear addition sticking out the back of the building on top of that ground floor piece. There is one letter of objection received from 2 doors down, number 41. We've looked at the impacts on them, but because of the degree of separation, we are satisfied that they do not have any adverse impacts. The recommendation is to grant planning permission.
So Just questions, just clarify. Are there any questions on this, members? I mean, I did hear that there might be a representation, but that's not happened by the sound of it.
We have a written representation.
Yeah, sorry,
we have no
by the
deputations.
No deputations.
Yes, the applicant was going to come, but I think a conflict of diary.
Very good. Okay. So there's no questions. Councillor Symes has moved the report with moved the report, seconded by Councillor Smith there. All members show their hands for approval. That's unanimous. Thank you. Go on to number 5 now, which is 247 Queen's Road, a change of use from a dwelling to a dwelling and a HMO, C3 to C3 stroke C4. Mr. Maguire again.
Thank you. As said, again, this is an application by an employee of the council. The reason it's before you here, and we have one letter of objection, which is concerned about level of parking and noise and disturbance. That's detailed in paragraph 4.3. The application is a mid-terrace property. That is the existing and indeed proposed alterations. There are no changes to the building proposed as part of this scheme. As always with changes of use to HMO usage, two key quantitative assessments through your SPD, the 10% threshold. There are 71 properties in the 50-metre selected area, and with this one coming in as an HMO, obviously that's one out of 71, well below the 10% threshold. The other key issue is the room sizes, as you can see detailed on this issue, which we've covered off in paragraph 5.10 of the report. We are satisfied all the necessary minimum sizes for rooms are available. In this case, they are all pretty generous rooms across the board, with only bedroom 2 and bedroom 3 incapable of taking double occupancy. We have some photos of the rooms, should you be interested to see them, but fundamentally it's no changes to the layout of the building, and simply a change of use to become a C4 HMO as a dual use with the existing C3 usage, and it's considered to be compliant with your policy and consequently recommended for the grant of planning permission.
Indeed, so it's more than 3 in a house, living separately, so that's why. Members, any questions? Any debate, members? Anybody got comments? Okay. So, this is a non-controversial HMO for once. Linda and I used to walk down Osborne Road with banners saying no more HMOs. It's about 20 years ago, and still we're at it. Yes, so have I. Councillor Smythe.
Ask a technical question, Chair. It's not certain that they're going to use it as an HMO, from what I read here. Would the existence of a permission to be an HMO affect the rule that we have about the number of HMOs, 10%, the 10% rule?
71.
Ian. Yes, as mentioned, this is the only HMO within the 71 properties in the 50-metre issue, so that contributes to being an HMO, and if someone applies next door, that would be added into to those processes.
I fully understand that, but it's uncertain whether they're going to use it like that, and I wondered if therefore, if we got up to 10%, would this count or would it not count?
Yeah, so if I may, this is one of the common concerns we see often in areas where HMOs are more controversial. People question the council's evidence on what is an HMO and what is not, because you have a number of these dual-use C3, C4 sites that can flip between those usage, and indeed a number of schemes that were in that sort of category when you introduced your Article 4 10 years ago. So that's going to be coming up to be a more significant issue as they have to look at renewing or settling their dual-use consent. That is accounted for. We take the worst case scenario in each case. If they are able to be an HMO, as this one would be, we count it in the HMO issue. So you don't have 15% of schemes able to, but only one there, and then all of a sudden tomorrow that could change. So yes, we fully account for that on the basis of a precautionary approach.
Thank you, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Chairman, I also have to give an apology here. We have a written deputation for this, which I skipped through. So it's in Appendix A of the SMAT. Obviously, we can read it out, should members wish to hear it on that basis, a service we've been providing during these COVID times.
Members, you've got it on the SMACT. And I missed mentioning to you, it's on Appendix A.
So we've all got it, haven't we? Can we
Yes.
does it have to be read out, or can we just read it and vote?
I have read it, as long as you've all read it.
Yeah, okay.
I've read it, Appendix A and Appendix B. I missed it because I'm getting a bit tired now. Okay, so on the grounds that we have all read it, you're proposing it, Councillor Wood. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Symes, thank you very much indeed. So, members, you've got the proposition there to move the officer's report. All those in favour, please show. That is mostly unanimous, Councillor Smythe. I'm sure you'll join in. Yes, that's all right.
Chair, can we say that there are no reasons? I don't know if we need to do this, but very often neighbours or residents will say, oh, they just let it go past and they're not concerned. Do we say, or can we say, that there are no planning reasons for refusing?
Members tease that out all the time. There's no reasons in this report.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
I'm
indeed.
just checking to make sure.
You're completely correct. Kieran.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You've just voted on it, haven't you?
Kieran wants to speak.
Oh.
Just to say that should probably have come forward in debate before we went to the vote on it, but do please feel free to ask.
You'll have your chance now, Councillor Stagg, with 98 Beresford Road. Okay? So we're moving on to page 113, or 97, however you prefer it, which is 98 Beresford Road, which is a change from a dwelling house Class C3 to purposes falling within Class C4, a house in multiple occupation, or Class C3 dwelling house. So similar to before. Mr. Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just wait for the presentation to appear. Just while we're waiting for the presentation to come on screen, I will remember this time Appendix B of your SMAT is another written deputation, which we can read should you wish. Based on the last acquiescence, I will assume that has been fully read and understood by all members of the committee. This is again an application for a change of use from a C3 to that dual use C3, C4. It is by an established HMO operator, so slightly more data available for you today. The existing plans are shown on the left, the proposed plans on the right. There are 23 letters of objection, detailed in paragraph 4.3, to this application. Just to go through the two key SPD requirements for the 10% rule. There are two HMOs within the 50-metre radius. That means that currently it's 3.12% HMO, and this would raise it to 4.68% if enacted and granted. From the size standards point of view, these are covered again in paragraph 5.10, and all the necessary rooms meet all the necessary minimum standards associated with the square meterage required. We're also satisfied that the layout and design of the building provides for an appropriate standard of living for all future occupiers as amended. Probably worthwhile just mentioning a slight complexity to members, which doesn't in any way change our recommendation. You will have noted at paragraph 1.11, this applicant has made in the past a prior notification of their intention to put on a rear extension to this property. We are also aware they are considering a upward extension, a dormer addition, which obviously would allow an additional room. Clearly, both of those things permitted development. They can do the operational works without having to revert back to this local planning authority. But if that does change the occupancy of the building, they would obviously have to ensure that their licence, which they would have to secure for this new HMO, deals with those matters. Currently, there is only enough bedroom space for 5 occupants, and all the sizes of the ground floor communal spaces are more than enough for those. If they put in additional bedrooms, increasing those occupancies, they still pretty much got enough good quality amenity communal space as is, but they also have that PD opportunity to put another rear extension on to enhance that communal space on the ground floor. That would obviously be reviewed by your private sector housing team as and when they do decide to do that work, and as and when they apply for their licence. You are looking at the application as it comes before you today, which is just for the change of use without any of those operational changes which have not yet occurred on the site. They've just been laid out as the current building is, with the rear conservatory. That rear conservatory would get largely replaced with the rear extension, and as I say, we're satisfied, and there's detailed in paragraph 5.10 that spaces are adequate and appropriate for the HMO of the scale proposed within this change of use, being a C4 HMO. As it fully complies with your policy, the recommendation is to grant planning permission.
Any questions made of the room site, Councillor Weems?
Just a quick one. So, if this gets approved today, and then they obviously go for the next stage of their planning where they increase the size for more occupants, what level would that be? So you say is it 5 people now? So when they get the extension and obviously increase for another bedroom, what would be the max occupancy then?
So it really depends on what extensions and alterations they do. As I say, they're all permitted development. They're not controlled by this council.
Yeah.
What alterations, if they put a couple of rooms in the roof space and do some ground floor work, they could get to an occupancy that would be a material change of use compared to either their current C3 permission or indeed this consent. So if they were trying to put 10 people in the space with extensions upwards, sideways, left, right and centre, then they would have to come back for a change of use application to this council, maybe to this committee, for that change of use from C4 to a 10 occupancy sui generis HMO. But until they haven't got plans for those dormer extensions, they've advised us that's their intent. It may be their intent tomorrow, that may be their intent in 3 years' time. Obviously, it's entirely up to them as and when they choose to bring those things forward. The reassurance I wish to give members, however, is whenever they do that, and whether or not they need planning permission for what they do, from this council at least, they will need to obviously have that all reflected by the private sector housing licensing requirements, which reflect and mirror your SPD requirements for room sizes, so that same quality of environment will be retained through the licensing regime, which would immediately come into effect, even for development that doesn't require planning permission.
Okay, and with a quick one, with regards to the lounge on page 98, are they able to change that into a bedroom as well?
So yes, if they were to choose to utilise the lounge, that central room, as a bedroom, the lounge is 9.58 metres, so it's large enough to be a single occupancy bedroom, should they wish to do so. That would obviously increase the occupancy from 5 persons to 6 persons within the current scheme. The current layout, so that wouldn't require any external alterations, of course, but the current communal spaces are fit for that purpose as well, in accordance with the SPD and licensing requirements. But again, they'd obviously have to cover that off in their licence.
So if all of, let's just say it's more likely to be that 6-person occupancy, if all of those people own a car, would that not go over the 1.5 threshold?
So as always, this is a modelled assumption. All of those people could own 10 cars each, or none of those people could own cars. You have to work on the averages, and the adopted policy that you have is that the C4 6-person HMO likely occupancy and car ownership is the same that you'd see from a dwelling, a C3 dwelling of the same issue, and consequently that is the same parking regime applied across the piece for that, and your policy reflects that.
I'm just saying, because would that be a way of refusing it in the sense of my own, because obviously it's in my ward, the other HMOs within Hilsey, from my own experience, the people living in these HMOs, they all own a car, and 9 times out of 10, when there's 5, 4, 6, 7 people, there's 6 or 7 cars on that road that have, at the time of application, they'll be like, oh, we're not going to have occupants who have a car. It won't affect the amount on the road, but then obviously once the planning permissions has been given, that changes. I'm just
If I may assist, Chairman, I wouldn't wish to suggest that they're not going to be occupants that own a car. The suggestion that your policy and evidence suggests is that they are likely to own a similar number of cars as a household of a similar size, and consequently there is no policy requirement to provide for additional parking. From a practical sense, of course, as well, this is a mid-terrace property without any off-street parking, so even if we were 100% confident there was more cars coming into the community, we would then have to establish whether that additional number of vehicles above and beyond what you would expect, as I say, our model says it's not particularly different, is resulting in a material harm to safety or amenity or other grounds for which there is no evidential basis for.
Chair.
Councillor Wood.
Okay, can I just go to the representations 4.3, just to make sure you advise us on those representations, whether they have any material consideration in these circumstances other than our interpretation. So there are 3 points there. It will change the character of the street. It is rumoured that this is for ex-offenders, which will affect value. Parking is at its breaking point, which you partially covered. I just want to make sure, are there any planning considerations from those points raised?
As always, everything is a planning consideration. It's a matter of weight and judgment. So to look at them individually, it'll change the character of the street. Members have a policy to seek mixed and balanced communities, up to 10% being HMOs. So that is the, if you will, tolerated change to the character of the street, as mentioned earlier.
Is there any conservation consideration in this particular type of housing?
You mean heritage conservation, or so? Again, there's no particular reason why HMOs can't be built into heritage assets. Indeed, many HMOs are well suited to heritage layouts, and heritage buildings are well suited to HMO occupancy because of the number of units. So the change to the character of this area is not considered to be detrimental, or if it is considered to be detrimental, not to such a degree to withhold planning permission. The second point under 4.3, it is rumoured that this is for ex-offenders, which will affect value. We have no data on that basis. It's clearly for any landlord to let to any group of people they feel is appropriate. The impacts on property value are not material planning considerations, they are private interests, but say in any case that isn't forming part of this planning application. An HMO that chooses to let to ex-offenders in preference to a different cohort, students, single people, whatever the case, young professionals, would be for the landlord to decide, and isn't something that would be necessarily controlled by planning or needs to do so in this case. And then the parking point mentioned before, clearly parking is a material consideration, but because our guidance suggests that the parking impacts are the same with a household of similar size, we are satisfied that isn't a reason to withhold plan permission.
Okay, on that parking, just for my sake, because I couldn't remember, maybe Councillor Lindstad could answer. I used to think that there was a constraint on HMOs used as student accommodation about how many parking permits or what have you they've got, so there is some sort of constraint. Is that, so there is, when you say there's no policy, I thought there might be some sort of implied policy there.
No, is the short answer. The policy dictating parking in the SPD has a requirement of 2 parking spaces for C4 HMOs, and our general housing policy recognises a requirement for 2 parking spaces for 4-bed dwelling houses as well, i.e. there is no increase. There is very clear guidance in case law that it is not for the planning process to dictate who gets parking permits, because that's land outside of the applicant's control. That's obviously the public highway. Clearly, if through our permitting scheme we have other policies and guidance, that's for the highway authority as the parking authority to manage on that basis, but falls out with our interest as a planning committee.
Okay, I guess you knowing our parking policy, just so I'm clear, this would, under our current parking policy, I know it's not a planning consideration, would fall into potentially the restriction on any parking permit.
I'm unable to advise you. I don't know our permit policies, as I say, because it is excluded from planning consideration. I therefore don't know it. Yeah.
Councillor Ashmore.
Hi, thanks. Just 2 things really. Just to be fair to the person who's written the deputation in, Henry Thorpe there. It talks about retrospectively talking about 73 Ophir Road there, as it was used to get this specific application past the committee. I've got no idea what that means. I was just wondering if anyone could elaborate on that, because I don't know what it's referring to. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know why that's relevant.
I don't know either. 73 Ophir Road come up a couple of rotations ago, at least, and I can't remember the detail of it back then.
No. I don't know. It just doesn't.
I mean, it shows.
And then it says something big because of disabled access, and I was just wondering what, because that's not come up in the main body of the report, but it has come up in a deputation, and I've just to be fair to the person who's written,
sure,
I want to make sure
I think
something.
we've got enough evidence here and enough in the report to make a decision. And he also talks about, I presume, he also talks about the council making charges for electrical vehicle parking places. I presume he means a surcharge, as it were, on the applicants. But I don't think that that's possible.
No.
Is it, Ian?
Indeed not. So to answer the question, I think what Mr. Thorpe is asking here is for this committee to say retrospectively talk, maybe revisit the decision already made on 73 Ophir Road. Obviously that was an HMO application, and there may well be parallels to draw. As we've discussed many times, planning is not a precedent-led system. Each application must be judged on its own merits, while of course consistency of decision-making is equally as important. This application on its own merits meets your SPD requirements and is recommended for grant for those reasons. So any parallels that someone chooses to draw to 73 Ophir Road, there's none I can draw to your attention, is not relevant to your consideration.
Fair enough, thanks for answering that. Yeah, you have to decide on a case-by-case, and the only other thing was on 4.4 it says there was no request received for the application to be presented to the planning committee for determination. This is me probably being really thick now, but it says, however, as a result of the change to the scheme of delegation, the decision now rests with us. What does that mean? I don't understand that.
So the scheme of delegation dictates what is done by officers and what is done by planning committee. The scheme of delegation was amended a couple of months ago to strip out a number of applications that don't need to come to committee, but ensure those that do need to come do come. An application with 23 letters of objection,
which helps the backlog. Yeah, gotcha.
Indeed.
All right, thank you.
So I think to help you with that is that, like I said earlier on, the officers and we have all come to more of an understanding around HMOs, notwithstanding what was said last time. So it's not streamlining the issue, we just have better applications, and I think the applicants know, and if there's any stage in the future where we start getting lousy applications again, then we will seek to amend the scheme of delegation, which we did before. We used to call them all in, and we used to be here a very long time indeed. Councillor Norton, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of information for me, really. I know lots of residents around there would like to have electric cars, but worry about electric charging points, etc. 5 bedrooms potentially shared is 10, potentially 10 cars. Does that fall, lack of electric charging or use of electric charging fall into any material considerations, traffic and highways, impact on amenities, or are we not there yet?
I don't think that's a planning consideration, but
as always, everything's capable of being a planning consideration. If we had a different policy on electric vehicle charging points for HMOs than we did for dwellings, then that would become a relevant issue. Currently, you have very limited policy guidance on the matter, and say the overall parking guidance for HMOs, C4 HMOs and 4-bed C3 is the same. So, and that would seem reasonable. There's no particular reason to presume there would be a higher requirement, demand, or obligation for C4 occupants to have electric vehicle charging than C3 occupants. Brilliant. So I wouldn't anticipate a reasonable policy on that basis.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Stagg will probably tell you more, but electrical vehicle points, so, they're becoming more, not tolerated, but appreciated, but not always though, because some people get very cross with them when they take up a parking space in the street. Councillor Stagg.
Is there one on that road?
I don't know all the parking, the electric charging points, but people ask for a charging point, they're put on a list, and as the funding becomes available, then one will be put in, and it'll be in a lamp column or on a bollard if the lamp columns are not suitable. But there is no separate policy for HMOs, but it's something that maybe we need to start considering.
Very good, members. I mean, there's a good bit of cross-pollination there. Okay then, so there we have it. Councillor Smythe.
I was just going to note that this is another of those with the back access to a bicycle store in the back, but this isn't the impossible access situation that we had last time, so I'm content with it.
So you're moving the officer's report, I presume? Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Stagg, thank you. So all those in favour of that application, please show. So that's one. Hang on, can you put your hands back up again, please? 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that correct, Kieran? And those against, please show. 1, 2. And those abstaining, 1. Okay. Thank you all very much indeed. Don't tell me that's it. Oh, where is it? I was up till 3 o'clock last night. I'm very sorry.
Chairman, the Plotty Lakeside Business Park.
Ah, there we are. Can't miss that.
Thank you if you're happy.
Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
So this is a site that has already received consent in the past for the redevelopment for a car dealership and associated workshops in the Lakeside Business Park. The site plan is on the screen behind me. It's currently a vacant space on the edge of the site and within the Lakeside Business Park policy area. It is covered in part by some nature conservation designations, which is a key planning consideration discussed in the report. The plans I won't take you through in great detail. Fundamentally, the applicant has chosen not to progress their existing extant planning permission for a car dealership, but have an altered design, reorientating it, breaking it from one building into two buildings, changing the layouts, etc., to an equally acceptable building. I must stress the same use, similar transport and other external implications, but created a degree of significant complexity by the fact that the PCC is now the owner of the site and indeed the owner of the land that is required for mitigation for the off-site management associated with constructing on an area that currently has some nature conservation importance. Officers have worked closely with the applicant and the owner, the other part of Portsmouth City Council, to ensure that the necessary mitigation will be provided elsewhere in the Lakeside estate and maintained in perpetuity. And appropriate documentation has been exchanged to give officers that reassurance from your property team. I don't intend to take you through the application in any detail, to be honest. It is, I think, fairly self-evident, and as I say, at its fundamental core is the replacement of one grant of planning permission for a car showroom with a different car showroom planning application. I would, however, just briefly mention in the SMAT there is a proposed amendment to put an employment and skills plan delivered through planning condition rather than planning obligation, which changes the phrases and structure of the recommendations, but in no way impacts the substance of those output. It is substantively in accordance with your development plan and local guidance, and with the appropriate mitigation and management in place to ensure no adverse impact on the special nature conservation interest, recommendation is to grant planning permission.
Did you want to pursue this any further?
Would there be a time limit on them carrying out the mitigation? You know, or could it go on indefinitely?
So there is a management plan associated with the mitigation, and it does require it to be delivered in advance of the development occurring. So yes, that would be immediately provided. Obviously, the landowner will, PCC will have to speak to the developer to work out those timelines and maintain in perpetuity thereafter.
Councillor Norton.
If we're done, happy to propose to speed things up.
I think we are as a proposition. I mean, it's not much of a change. It's just got to come to us for agreement. Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Joe, just got one question to be asked every time we open up a business. Are there any special proposals there for about their energy consumption, etc.? I see that they've got the BREEAM, standard, etc. there, but I'm talking more about supply, solar, those sort of things, especially as I think in the north of, on that part there, we've got the batteries and what have you on that one.
So the BREEAM standard, which is required to be delivered under condition 12, is a overall standard by the Building Research Establishment, which brings in together a number of different sustainable design aspects. So rather than prescribing photovoltaics to be put on that, we simply require them to demonstrate compliance with our overall standards, and it will be for them to propose how they're going to integrate all of the different aspects of sustainable design, whether it be fabric efficiency, on-site renewable generation, etc., to meet that standard in accordance with best practice. So we've made no specific requirements beyond that described in condition 12.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just making the point just so people are aware. That's a question we'll ask.
And the City Council is the landowner up there, so the mitigation will be carried out. Members,
I don't think anyone seconded Councillor Norton's proposal.
Councillor Weems, are you going to do that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, good for you. Well done.
Just easier.
Yes, there you are. So, okay. Members, all those for approving the recommendation and the conditions added in this map, please show their hands. So that's unanimous, okay? So that's towards the end of the meeting. I just want to say today, members, how impressed I've been with our planning officer. The depth, the breadth, and the ability to deliver the information quickly and without much reference, apart from the fact he's got on his screen there, he can put in a word that brings the report up straight away. It's been absolutely marvellous. So I'm enormously grateful for him today carrying the whole committee on. And to you...
and you must have the patience of a saint, sir.
Yes. and to you for such a long 5-hour meeting this morning. All right? Okay.